Chapter 2233. The entire place was silent. Even giant sun immortal and star constellation immortal venerable looked at limitless demon venerables and scathed arm and palm. They fell into deep shock. After goo cultivators become immortals, they would face earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, and myriad tribulations. After reaching rank 9 cultivation level, the calamities and tribulations would become even more terrifying. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. This chaotic disaster was the chaos outside the world boundary. Every time it appeared, the Venerable's life would be in danger. They had to use all their strength to fight for survival. Ordinary goo immortals might not know, but all the Venerables had gone through the test of chaotic disasters. They knew how terrifying these tribulations were. Right now, limitless demon Venerable tested it with his own body. He did not even use any defensive methods. He directly resisted the chaos and was unscathed. This scene shocked all the Venerables present. As for people like Fang Yuan who knew about it, because he had not experienced it personally, his feelings were not as deep as the Venerables. You did it. After a long while, star constellation immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Giant sun immortal was silent. No, he has not. This is not true eternal life. Paradise Earth suddenly spoke with a firm expression and tone. The immortals turned to look at him. That's right, he is not. This is not eternal life. At the next moment, limitless demon Venerable added, his expression suddenly showing a trace of melancholy. Next, he made a shocking move. Facing the hole in the world boundary, he opened his mouth and inhaled. A large amount of chaos was sucked into limitless demon Venerable's stomach. Giant sun, immortal, and star constellation immortal Venerables' pupils shrunk. They drew in deep breaths. If Venerables were like infants, chaos was like fire. Earlier, limitless demon Venerable's arm went into the chaos. He was using his body to bathe the fire. Now, he was even more reckless. He was directly devouring the fire. After limitless demon, Venerable devoured a large amount of chaos. He sat down cross-legged. At the same time, chaos continued to leak out of the hole. It was like a torrent that washed over his head, shoulders, and body. Limitless demon, Venerable used his killer move for the first time. A powerful aura burst out. The immortals present were all shaken. Everyone watched quietly. They knew that limitless demon Venerable was trying something. This was a charge. He wanted to charge towards the true and complete immortality realm. Ever since he was young, he had always been curious. He was like an ignorant child, filled with the desire to explore the unknown. She wanted to understand everything, wanted to know the truth. Fame and fortune were not what he sought. His identity as a Venerable One had never made him feel proud. He had once walked to the top of the world, to the end of the world. He still wanted to leave. However, there was no way out. Thus, he painstakingly plotted to cooperate with Star Constellation. He pulled the entire goo cultivation world and risked his life to create the crazed demon formation he had accumulated for over 1,000,000 years just for this moment. All for the sake of finding the truth. The road was long gone. He opened his legs and stepped into the endless darkness with all his might. He wanted to carve out a path. This was the final charge. Limitless had used all his strength. A long time passed, but it also felt like only a few breaths. Black flames suddenly spurted out of limitless demon Venerable's nose and ears. The immortals' hearts shook. Then, the limitless demon sovereign slowly opened his eyes and looked at the immortals. I failed. No, me too. Demon Immortal Chi Ju shouted as he attacked again, using all his strength to activate Practice Goo. A profound light shot out of Demon Immortal Chi Ju and landed on limitless demon Venerable. The black flames on Limitless Demon Venerable's body extinguished rapidly. Limitless Demon Venerable obtained a breather. He laughed and shook his head. Chiju, stop. If I don't use all my strength, how will I know the result? Demon Immortal Chiju retorted angrily. Are you willing to give up like this? True, eternal life. I also want to see it. I also want to see it. Limitless Demon Venerable sighed. He had a complex expression at this moment. After 1,000,000 years of accumulation, I still failed. You still not understand? Eternal life has never existed. At the next moment, bam, Limitless Demon Venerable shattered, turning back into countless truthful floating ice pieces. No, Secret Schemer and Not Immortal screamed at the same time. It was like they had lost their parents. Limitless Demon Venerable failed, because Demon Immortal Chiju was too deeply involved with him. The primal chaos instantly found him. He vanished into thin air. A grand pseudo, Venerable, could not even last for 3 breaths of time. The terror of the primal chaos, great disaster, was evident. The immortals were still in a daze. This battle in Crazed Demon Cave that involved almost all the Venerable schemes for 1,000,000 years actually ended like this. Star Constellation Immortal revived, Giant Sun Immortal revived, Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his rationality. Eventually, Limitless Demon Venerable suppressed all the immortals with terrifying strength, but he still failed. He died. He died on the path of exploration. Eternal life. It was an extravagant hope. No, did not exist. How could he fail? How could he fail? Not Immortal shouted. Secret Schemer hugged his head in a daze. There is no eternal life. Hee-hee, there is no eternal life. Hee-hee. He had almost gone crazy. Is there really no eternal life in this world? Venerable is already the limit. Is there no other path ahead? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Her words were the biggest doubt of all the immortals right now. Nobody could answer this doubt. Limitless Demon Venerable might be the most qualified. His attainment in this aspect clearly surpassed all the immortals. But he died. He failed. He lost his life in the chaotic disaster. It was as if he was using his life to tell the immortals the cruel truth. Whoosh! Right at this time, the sound of wind blew. Fong Yuan suddenly made a move and snatched a piece of truthful floating ice. The immortals were jolted awake. Limitless Demon Venerable died. He turned into pieces of truthful floating ice. Most of the truthful floating ice were destroyed in the chaos, but a small portion actually remained. The chaos could not do anything to them for the time being. These were the eternal life results deduced by Limitless Crazed Demon Formation. They were absolutely the essence of it. Limitless Demon Venerable died, but his 1,000,000 years of hard work was not just a bubble that burst. He still left behind abundant results. Snatch! There was nothing much to say. After the immortals reacted, they attacked almost at the same time. Rumble, large numbers of killer moves burst out, colliding and exploding. Heaven fell and earth split. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer did not even have time to scream before they died on the spot. However, the remaining pieces of the truthful floating ice floes were undamaged, and they were still shining brightly. This was normal. The chaotic disaster could not do anything to them for the time being. The killer moves of the Venerables and Pseudo-Venerables could not do anything to them either. Rumble, the scene was chaotic. Killer moves affected each other. The immortals were hindering each other. Get lost! Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gave a furious roar. Golden aurora filled the sky as light burst out like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. Fong Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables dodged in panic. The golden aurora suddenly formed a whirlpool that swept one of the truthful floating ice pieces into it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw this, and snorted coldly, scattering a handful of flying stars. There were hundreds and thousands of flying stars. Their starlight was dazzling as they collided with the golden aurora, destroying both. Giant Sun Immortal did not succeed. That truthful floating ice piece that was swept into the golden aurora regained its freedom. It floated in the void. This truthful floating ice piece was the largest one. All of the remaining floating ice pieces added together were only about the same size. Giant Sun Immortal was trying to snatch away half of this eternal life research result. How could that be possible? Star constellation Immortal Venerable would not agree easily. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's gazes collided fiercely. Right at this time, Lu Wei-yin suddenly made a move, aiming at the nearest truthful floating ice piece. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not move, but starlight suddenly appeared out of nowhere and sent Lu Wei-yin flying. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan was also stopped by Giant Sun Immortal. He wanted to attack another truthful floating ice piece, but the golden light was like needles that almost pierced his body. The two venerables were opposing each other, but they had the same attitude towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they were very domineering. They did not want to leave these truthful floating ice pieces to outsiders. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin were both stopped. At once, the pseudo-venerables stopped fighting. They were waiting for a new opportunity when the two venerables fought. The hole was slowly expanding. Limitless Demon Venerable had already died before he died. He could suppress this small hole. But after his death, the strength he left behind weakened rapidly. Even though the primal chaos outside the world boundary did not continue to seep in, it was not far from that happening. Giant Sun Immortal took a glance at the hole in the world boundary, saying calmly to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "Star Constellation, why don't we stop fighting and get rid of these pseudo-venerables first, then fix the hole and divide the truthful floating ice piece?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, using her actions to give the most direct response. At once, starlight danced and shot everywhere, all attacking Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move immediately followed. Fang Yuan and the rest blocked left and right, escaping in a sorry state. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead. The crazed demon formation was also destroyed. Without limitless retaliation, the two venerables could attack freely. Of course, they did not use their full strength from start to finish. Even now, they were guarding against each other. Even so, Fang Yuan and the rest were in great danger. They were struggling at the edge of life and death. If we can't hold on, the two venerables will not be able to compete. "Everyone, I will retreat first," Fang Yuan shouted, pulling Qi Si Ancestor and leaving the ninth layer. Paradise Earth immediately frowned. Crazed Demon Cave only had the ninth layer left. With Fang Yuan's retreat, the two venerables could not chase after him, because whoever chased after him would give the other venerable a chance. But this way, they were simply giving up on fighting for the truthful floating ice piece. Because now, as long as either of the two venerables made a move and blocked the ninth layer, it would be very difficult for the pseudo-venerables who had retreated to come in. As long as they could stall for some time, the two venerables could keep the truthful floating ice piece. Then it would be very easy to deal with the pseudo-venerables. But right at this time, the two venerables snorted coldly. "The others can leave, but you, Fang Yuan, cannot. Please throw out the truthful floating ice piece that you snatched earlier. This is not something you can take away." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal spoke one after another, expressing their attitude clearly. Among the Gu Immortals present, Fang Yuan was the first to obtain a piece. The others, including the two venerables, had not obtained anything yet. Moreover, the piece that Fang Yuan obtained was very large. It occupied at least 10% of the entire truthful floating ice piece. At this moment, the two venerables worked together to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Earlier, the two venerables had worked together to deal with him, but the pressure was incomparable to now. Soon, Fang Yuan was forced to use reverse flow protection seal again. Reverse flow river was almost completely used up earlier, but during this rest period, the river water in the sovereign immortal aperture recovered a little. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer moves were reflected back at them. However, for the two venerables, reverse flow protection seal was only a problem, an obstacle. They just needed to use some ingenious methods and some time to deal with it. Chapter 2234. Paradise Earth. I am willing to share my truthful floating ice with you. Now that the lips are gone, the teeth are interdependent. We have to work together. Fang Yuan shouted. Paradise Earth nodded. Fang Yuan is right. Saying so, he made a move. But he did not care about Fang Yuan's safety. Instead, he targeted a piece of truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was quickly stored in Paradise Earth's immortal aperture. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal targeted the largest truthful floating ice again. As long as he obtained this piece, he would be the victor of this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The two venerables could not do anything to each other. If Giant Sun Immortal wanted to retreat, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely cold. Boom. Killer moves collided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable successfully stopped Giant Sun Immortal again, but she could not stop Paradise Earth in time. Heaven Path Method. Paradise Earth's Heaven Path method to take the truthful floating ice was very profound. His aura was concealed to the extreme. The two venerables could not detect it. After activating it, it was extremely fast. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tried to stop it, but she did not succeed. Paradise Earth succeeded. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, taking out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain of heaven and earth looked like a lantern. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her killer move and shone the lantern on all the Gu Immortals. At the next moment, endless emotions formed into a terrifying tsunami that attacked the Immortals' hearts. The Immortals' expressions changed. They resisted with difficulty. Fang Yuan used Fortitude Gu. Giant Sun Immortal injected Immortal Essence into Kinship Gu again, while Paradise Earth used the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth to deal with it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snickered, taking out Book Mountain again. Book Mountain shone with bright light. All sorts of killer moves were activated and attacked all the Gu Immortals. Giant Sun Immortals methods, Chi-Si Ancestors and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's killer moves, Paradise Earth's killer moves, and even Limitless Demon Venerables methods. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally used her full strength, using the two secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores of two killer moves, temporarily suppressing everyone here. Her complexion quickly paled, and the starlight around her dimmed. The 10 billion thoughts in her mind were consumed in an instant, and she was close to drying up. Using this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook Book Mountain. Limitless chains appeared again and pulled a piece of truthful floating ice into her immortal aperture. This truthful floating ice was not the biggest piece, but there was an immortal goo inside. This immortal goo was not discovered by anyone except Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Precisely because of this immortal goo, she was willing to give up on the biggest truthful floating ice for the time being, and wanted to obtain this small piece first. After taking this immortal goo, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately stopped her killer move and put away Book Mountain to defend herself. She behaved wisely. Giant Sun, immortal, could no longer suppress it. In the next moment, he let out a loud roar. Golden light shot out in all directions as he fiercely counterattacked. The attacks were rampant. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to retreat continuously. She was like a duckweed in a huge wave. She was in a pitiful state. Giant Sun, Immortal, also took the opportunity to collect a piece of truthful floating ice. This piece of truthful floating ice was not the biggest piece. It was the one closest to Giant Sun Immortal. Because Giant Sun Immortal knew that he could only suppress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for a few breaths of time, he would not be able to collect the biggest truthful floating ice in time. Sure enough, at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recovered and also counterattacked Giant Sun Immortal. The two Venerables fought intensely because they were using all their strength to collect the truthful floating ice. They had no other choice. This also gave the pseudo-venerables a good opportunity. Fang Yuan and Paradise Earth both collected 3 or 4 pieces of truthful floating ice. Shen Shang, Lu Weiyin, and Qi Si also obtained 1 or 2 pieces. Not long after, the truthful floating ice was snatched clean. Only the biggest piece was left. The two Venerables were heavily injured. They tried to attack, but were obstructed by each other. The two Venerables raced against time and attacked the pseudo-Venerables again. This time, they had more motivation. After all, the pseudo-Venerables all had some truthful floating ice. The two Venerables showed strange expressions as they suppressed the pseudo-Venerables. At this moment, Paradise Earth displayed even greater battle strength. Almost every breath of time, his strength was increasing. His aura was also rapidly approaching rank 9 Venerable level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. So that's it, Paradise Earth. You cultivate Heaven Path in this body. This truthful floating ice is closely related to Heaven Path. You can actually draw strength from it and raise your cultivation level. You have amazing methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's tone was full of praise. At the same time, killing intent rose in her heart. Earlier, when Fang Yuan asked for help, Paradise Earth would rather give up on Fang Yuan to obtain a piece of truthful floating ice. So this was the reason. Evidently, as long as he had enough truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth could make up for the flaw of being forced to revive early and become a Venerable again. But this time, he was not a Venerable of Earth Path, but the extremely special Heaven Path. Once Paradise Earth became a Heaven Path Venerable, his strength would become the strongest in the world. Regarding this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would definitely not ignore it. Fate Gu was destroyed. The two of them had the final say in the world. No one was willing to have another Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, not to mention that this Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was stronger than both of them. Without any communication, the two Venerables joined forces for the 3rd time. This time, they gave up on Fang Yuan and focused on dealing with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth used Heaven Path killer moves consecutively to block the two Venerables' attacks, but soon he showed signs of being unable to hold on. Even though Heaven Path methods were profound, the two Venerables' might was superior. Paradise Earth was at the juncture of life and death. He shouted to the others, "Friends, please lend me a hand." Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang hesitated for a moment before stuffing their truthful floating ice into jewel yellow skies at almost the same time. Paradise Earth took the truthful floating ice from jewel yellow skies and immediately used it to increase his cultivation level. His aura rose rapidly. He was only a step away from becoming a Venerable. "I am just 1 step away. Fang Yuan." Paradise Earth transmitted urgently. Fang Yuan sneered. "I can give you the truthful floating ice, but can you pay a sufficient price to satisfy me?" Paradise Earth gritted his teeth. he immediately sent Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance from Jewel Yellow Skies, as well as all sorts of Heaven Path killer moves, as well as a wealth of Heaven Path cultivation insights. Of course, the most important thing was the alliance agreement. In order to obtain the most crucial truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth gave in greatly. Fang Yuan handed a small piece of truthful floating ice to Jewel Yellow Skies. The two sides quickly made a transaction. Haha, the final truthful floating ice is yours, Paradise Earth. After the transaction was completed, Fang Yuan directly shouted. Paradise Earth's heart shook. Sure enough, at the next moment, the two venerables erupted with endless killer moves, encircling Paradise Earth in the center and attacking him relentlessly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised the lamp high up. Endless emotions attacked Paradise Earth's heart. Giant Sun Immortal's hands continued to move, attacking Paradise Earth's luck continuously. Paradise Earth's injuries were terrifying. He was like a mortal at the edge of a cliff, his life hanging by a thread. Shen Shang, Lu Weiyin, and even Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor attacked from afar, using killer moves to alleviate Paradise Earth's pressure. But it was like a drop in the bucket. Paradise Earth gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might. The truthful floating ice was slowly digested. It was truly going to help him become a venerable again. But at the crucial moment, Paradise Earth's killer move made a strange mistake. The killer move failed. The backlash arrived. Paradise Earth's cultivation level was stuck at the final step. The two venerables attacked one after another, instantly engulfing Paradise Earth. Quickly save him, Lu Weiyin shouted. He was the first to attack. The other pseudo-venerables' hearts jumped. They quickly followed suit. The two venerables naturally did not want Paradise Earth to be saved like this. They chased after him. The pseudo-venerables used their full strength without regard for their own safety. They finally blocked Giant Sun Immortal's killer move with difficulty. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's starlight hit Paradise Earth's body. Paradise Earth shouted. Veins popped out on his face. He used all his strength to activate his killer move. His defensive killer move was broken. His body was almost riddled with holes. Starlight continued to ravage his body, but the healing killer move was still effective. Paradise Earth was hanging onto his final breath. At this time, Qi Si made a move to protect Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly came to Paradise Earth's side. Fang Yuan! Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang's hearts shook. The light of hope flashed in their eyes. The two venerables' expressions sank, seeing that Fang Yuan was about to save Paradise Earth. Boom! Fang Yuan's palm slammed on Paradise Earth's back, penetrating his chest. Paradise Earth was already at the end of his rope. Fang Yuan's attack was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Before dying, Paradise Earth's eyes opened wide as he grabbed Fang Yuan's arm. Rest in peace, Paradise Earth. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. At the next moment, Paradise Earth's dying aura completely dissipated. He died with grievance. Everyone was shocked. The two venerables looked at Fang Yuan with a strange expression. Lu Weiyin's lips trembled as he broke the silence, shouting at the top of his lungs. Fang Yuan, what did you do? Fang Yuan, you... Shen Shang's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Qi Si Ancestor was hovering beside Fang Yuan's main body. He also had a strange expression. Everyone knew that Paradise Earth was their only hope of contending against the two venerables' unbridled behavior. But the one who killed this hope was not the two venerables, but Fang Yuan. Was Fang Yuan crazy? He actually did such a thing. It was too reckless. Something is wrong. Giant Sun Immortal muttered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also frowned slightly, remaining silent. The two venerables watched as Fang Yuan calmly stored Paradise Earth's corpse into his sovereign immortal aperture. They felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. Fang Yuan, what are we going to do now? Shen Shang asked anxiously. Without Lord Paradise Earth, how can we resist the two venerables? Lu Wei-yin stomped his feet as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Simple, I just need to become a venerable, right? Saying so, his aura was no longer concealed. It was exposed. Rank 9 cultivation, level. At once, the battlefield fell silent again. Stop pretending. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Starlight flowed like water as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan breathed out lightly. Qi tide surged and blocked all the starlight. On the other side, Giant Sun, Immortal, also attacked. Countless golden needles rained down like a storm. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Red light filled the sky and burned all the golden needles. The two venerables' pupils shrunk. Lu Wei-yin, Shunshang, and even Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone were tongue-tied. The two venerables attacked fiercely, but Fang Yuan blocked all of them, displaying true rank 9 cultivation level. He really became a venerable. Chapter 2236. Rumble. Fang Yuan's killer moves were unleashed, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal to retreat. What in the world is going on? When did Fang Yuan become a venerable? Lu Wei-yin and Xinshang watched as Fang Yuan fought against the two venerables with complex expressions. They asked Qi-Si Ancestor anxiously. Qi-Si Ancestor was also in a daze. He smiled bitterly. I don't know either. Lu Wei-yin and Xinshang were speechless. How did Fang Yuan conceal his strength so deeply? He even deceived his clone. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also remained silent, because the two of them discovered that Fang Yuan's strength was vaguely higher than theirs. He was clearly a rank 8 pseudo-venerable earlier. How did he become rank 9 in the blink of an eye? The two venerables were also very confused. Strange, this is very strange. Giant Sun Immortal attacked fiercely. Golden light surged into the sky with terrifying might. Fang Yuan gave a light shout. He activated his methods and forcefully suppressed the golden light. The Tao marks on him far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal. Seeing this, Lu Wei-yin and the rest's hearts jumped. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sucked in a breath of cold air, concentrating as he activated his method. At the next moment, his vision changed as he observed the luck above Fang Yuan's head. Initially, Fang Yuan's luck was not exposed at all. Giant Sun Immortal could only see a cooking luck pot. But soon, Giant Sun Immortal increased his strength. Golden blood flowed out of his eyes as he finally saw through cooking luck pot's defense. He saw Fang Yuan's true luck. He saw a silver light pillar standing in the sky. It was grand and condensed. The silver light pillar's foundation was a brown tomb. Most of it had already dissipated. Only some remnants were left. The Giant Sun Immortal sighed inwardly. This is Paradise Earth's luck. On one hand, it can help the silver light pillar stabilize its foundation. On the other hand, it can also be seen as digging and replacing Fang Yuan's foundation. It was originally the greatest hidden danger to Fang Yuan's providence. After Fang Yuan killed Paradise, the hidden danger disappeared. The remaining graves are the foundation of Paradise Earth that Fang Yuan has not completely digested. The Giant Sun Immortal looked up and saw the top of the silver pillar of light. Giant Sun Immortal had already peeked into Fang Yuan's luck when they had formed an alliance. Compared to before, the top of Fang Yuan's silver light pillar was no longer covered by the 3 layers of clouds. Instead, it directly pierced through, truly indomitable. At most, the 3 clouds revolved around the top of the silver pillar of light. This meant that the 3 venerables could no longer hide him, Fang Yuan. Among the 3 clouds, Giant Sun Immortal's cloud had already turned red-gold in color. It was at the top. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clouds were at the bottom. They seemed to be tearing apart. Giant Sun Immortal's mind moved again. Is this a hint that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is quickly escaping from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control? Giant Sun Immortal was not surprised. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in existence on the same level as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable being able to control Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was already an unprecedented feat, but it was unrealistic to completely control a Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escapes from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, what will happen? Regardless, in terms of luck, Feng Yuan has truly become a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal believed in his luck path methods. He was finally convinced now. At once, Giant Sun Immortal looked at Feng Yuan with some anger. How did Feng Yuan become a Venerable in the blink of an eye? Looking at his expression, it seemed rank 9 was nothing special. What did he treat Venerables as? If rank 9 Venerables could be achieved so easily, then what was he, Giant Sun Immortal? What were the Venerables of the past? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also thinking rapidly. Feng Yuan has rank 9 cultivation level indeed. I underestimated his craftiness and craftiness. When in the world did he become a Venerable? Did he have such cultivation level from the start? All the signs point to this. He became a Venerable at a certain point in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But his attainment level is clearly insufficient. During the battle in Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both attacked Feng Yuan and destroyed the Refinement Path Primordial Domain. Wait, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly had a thought. He retreated while looking at Feng Yuan. Does Thieving Heaven's true inheritance contain Refinement Path true meaning? Actually, you already have sufficient Refinement Path attainment level. Feng Yuan smiled, but his attacks became more ferocious. Giant Sun Immortal was sent flying by the consecutive attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to scatter flying stars. Stardust flew out like lightning, hitting Feng Yuan's back one after another. Feng Yuan staggered from the impact. He almost fell forward. He straightened his back and stretched his hand towards his back. Starlight was shining brightly on his back. They were the Tao marks left behind by the flying stars. But after being wiped by Feng Yuan, all of these Tao marks turned into his own. The power of rank 9 Refinement Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Feng Yuan having such a method was a huge nightmare for her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system was lacking in offensive methods. She mainly relied on consecutive attacks. And the crucial point of consecutive attacks was the Tao marks left behind by the flying stars. With these Tao marks, the subsequent flying stars could deal more and more damage to the target. But now, Feng Yuan directly turned these Tao marks into his own. The flying star combo was immediately broken. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to use this killer move, she would not be making things difficult for Feng Yuan. She would be helping the enemy. Feng Yuan easily broke the flying star combo and counterattacked. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not block it. She could only retreat for now. This Refinement Path killer move is used to perfection. Feng Yuan was prepared for it. But he had been restraining himself until now, when he is rank 9 and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave is at the final juncture. He finally took out this trump card. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally experienced Feng Yuan's true craftiness. The killer move was prepared long ago. It was impossible for Feng Yuan to not use it just because he had not advanced to rank 9. If Feng Yuan had used it earlier, It would have been very effective, but he did not use it, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to misunderstand that he could not deal with the Flying Star Killer move. During the final battle, he used it and caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She realized a certain truth at this moment. She blurted out, "Fang Yuan, you did it on purpose during the battle in Primordial Domain earlier. You purposely held back and gave up on Primordial Domain, allowing Giant Sun and I to destroy Refinement Path Primordial Domain. You were feigning weakness to make us look down on you even more." Giant Sun Immortal heard this and had a flash of inspiration. He glared at Fang Yuan even more angrily. Fang Yuan was still smiling. He said plainly, "Star Constellation, you overestimate me." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, "Fang Yuan, don't try to deceive me. Regardless of whether Thieving Heaven's true inheritance has refinement path, true meaning or not, before you entered Primordial Domain, your attainment level was already very close to Supreme Grandmaster. After coming to Primordial Domain, you quickly realized that even if you sacrificed a portion of Refinement Path Primordial Domain, you could still become a Supreme Grandmaster with your own strength. Thus, you purposely held back and let Giant Sun and I destroy your venerable ascension plan on the surface. There are many benefits to doing this. Firstly, to advance to venerable, you need to break through the obstruction of the heavenly Tao and undergo tribulation. It is very risky. You need to choose your timing carefully. Once you publicly become a Supreme Grandmaster, we will definitely be on guard against you. Secondly, even if you advance to venerable quickly, the three realms are not united yet. The success of limitless eternal life is still far away. You still need to wait. Adding on the countermeasure of limitless, even if your strength increases after advancing to venerable, you will not be able to use it. Thirdly, you are not a venerable. You will be subconsciously ignored by us venerables. In our hearts, even if Paradise Earth is only a pseudo-venerable, he is more of a threat than you. Finally, back then, in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the parties clearly had many trump cards that they did not reveal. For example, you do not know to what extent I have infiltrated the Crazed Demon Formation. Thus, you have been concealing your methods, waiting until the situation becomes clear, and after we exhaust each other's methods, we will fight for the final victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended against Fang Yuan's attacks while analyzing, exposing Fang Yuan's schemes to everyone present, be it Giant Sun, Immortal, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They did not want a third Venerable to compete with them. Paradise Earth was the best example. He tried to advance to Venerable Realm under the eyes of the two Venerables, but was heavily injured by the two Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal heard Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis and immediately understood. With a loud roar, he stepped on Golden Aurora and counterattacked Fang Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Fang Yuan from another direction. Chapter 2237. The enemy was ferocious. Fang Yuan evaded for the moment. Giant Sun Immortal chased after him, shouting, "Back then, I entered the door of life and death to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trump card and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition. You also entered. What a great scheme. If you had stayed outside, you would have had to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who came out later. But by following me, you could probe the strength of the Celestial Court and my longevity heaven. Back then, because of the arrangements of the Celestial Court, the door of life and death was closely connected to the immortal graveyard. It could not be destroyed in a short period of time. Giant Sun Immortal secretly inspected luck. He knew about the strange changes in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. He wanted to investigate it. If possible, he wanted to destroy the close relationship between the two Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew that star constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan, but he still entered the door of life and death because he had his own trump card. When he used blood path methods to revive, no matter how severe his injuries were, they would be healed. Giant Sun Immortal had been trying to use this trump card to probe more of star constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. From Giant Sun Immortal's perspective, this was the first time he was fighting against a venerable. Venerables had deep foundations. He had to probe them thoroughly. To destroy the immortal graveyard, he had to start from the door of life and death. By entering the door of life and death, he could find out the true relationship between star constellation Immortal Venerable and spectral soul Demon Venerable. If possible, he could destroy this relationship and save spectral soul Demon Venerable. They could work together. If possible, he would take the door of life and death for himself. With all sorts of plans, Giant Sun Immortal's trip to the door of life and death allowed him to probe star constellation Immortal Venerable's methods regarding emotions. When star constellation Immortal Venerable left the door of life and death, did Giant Sun Immortal really have no way to stop her? That was not the case. Giant Sun Immortal was actually happy to see star constellation Immortal Venerable leave. Firstly, the eternal life research results still needed some time to brew, and he had already left a surveillance method in the crazed demon formation to monitor the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Secondly, at that time, the crazed demon cave was a three-way struggle. In addition to the Green Lotus Great World's Celestial Court, the Savage Wilderness Great World's Longevity Heaven, and the Yellow Earth Great World's Paradise Land. In the end, in this contest, star constellation Immortal Venerable forced Paradise Earth to revive prematurely, leaving him with pseudo-venerable cultivation level. Paradise entered the gate of life and death. Giant Sun Immortal did not use his final trump card and left this place. Even though they did not save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they worked together with Paradise Earth. Boom. Feng Yuan retaliated. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move was broken and forced back. The Giant Sun Immortal let out a low roar. Feng Yuan, you want to see Paradise being forced to reincarnate ahead of time, right? What great acting skills, great acting skills. After exiting the gate of life and death, I fell into Qin Dingling's trap and fell into a disadvantageous position. I needed your help, but you were trapped by star constellation Immortal Venerable. You fell for her trap on purpose. You purposely made the Qi-Si clone activate Hu elevation. This way, the Qi-Si clone would be restricted, and John Buddha would not be able to leave. You just sat there and watched as we exhausted each other. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth as he spoke. He was still an immortal zombie back then. He was suppressed by star constellation Immortal Venerable and schemed against by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. His combat system's foundation was destroyed. Even though the situation was dangerous, Giant Sun did not panic. That was because he still had his biggest trump card in his hand. Giant Sun did not use it because he wanted to see the other people's trump cards. In the end, Paradise Earth made a move. Paradise Earth did not attack star constellation Immortal Venerable directly. Instead, he tried to help Paradise Earth. After failing, he immediately rescued Feng Yuan. This showed that Paradise Earth's thoughts were quite unfathomable. However, after Feng Yuan was rescued, he still refused to help Giant Sun. Instead, he went to kill the unimportant Qin Dingling. This way, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use his blood path trump card to revive completely. Feng Yuan succeeded in killing Qin Dingling. But how could this be concealed from Giant Sun Immortal? His mind was clear. Since he exposed his strength, he immediately gave up on his previous stance and cooperated with star constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was thus attacked by two Venerables. He had to expend Reverse Flow River, but he was still hit in the end. His sovereign immortal aperture suffered a calamity and tribulation. Wait! Giant Sun Immortal thought of this and suddenly shouted. It was at that time when your immortal aperture was hit and your aura was mixed up, you used the chance to break through the heavenly Tao blockade, adding calamity upon calamity and deceiving everyone. You finally passed the tribulation and became a venerable. Giant Sun Immortal finally understood. He thought that he had succeeded in his plan. He had detected the decline of Fang Yuan's luck and the aura of calamity and tribulation on his body. To think that Fang Yuan actually used this to secretly break through the heavenly Tao blockade, breaking through an even greater calamity and tribulation. With just Giant Sun Immortal's methods, he could not create black fire in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The black fire was the remnant of the chaotic calamity. Fang Yuan did not speak. He attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal resisted with difficulty. He stared at Fang Yuan and continued, You became a venerable right under our noses just like that. I had thought that you were not proficient in concealment techniques, but to think that you had such astonishing attainment in this aspect, you were able to conceal your cultivation level all along. You actually deceived me. You deceived Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, Paradise Earth was also deceived by you. Fang Yuan, this great swindler, actually managed to deceive them to the end. The Venerables were all fooled by him. Lu Weiyin and Shun Shang looked at each other. They were filled with shock. The fight between the Venerables was getting more intense. They were gradually using their full strength. They could not interfere. The Qi-Si clone was also forced to the edge of the void. Looking at Fang Yuan, who had the upper hand, Lu Weiyin and Shun Shang had complex emotions. On one hand, they were shocked and in admiration. After all, Fang Yuan successfully broke through and became a venerable. He even suppressed the two great existences who were famous in history. But on the other hand, Lu Weiyin and Shun Shang were furious. The two of them had a close relationship with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth's death could be said to be mostly due to Fang Yuan's scheme. Paradise Earth had no choice but to expose his biggest secret in the end. He could absorb and digest the truthful floating ice to raise his cultivation level. Fang Yuan had purposely transacted with Paradise Earth and shouted so loudly he was trying to provoke the two Venerables to attack Paradise Earth with full force. But in the end, the two Venerables' attacks helped Fang Yuan instead, allowing Fang Yuan to kill Paradise Earth in the end. Devious, sinister, and vicious. These words circulated in Shun Shang and Lu Weiyin's minds. They were all directed at Fang Yuan. Rumble, the golden aurora retreated. The starlight dimmed. Fang Yuan's aura was unparalleled. He was like a tiger that could devour everything. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal felt bitter in their mouths. They had fought until now. They had expended a lot of energy. Their trump cards were exposed one after another. Their injuries were still there. They had not been healed yet. In contrast, Fang Yuan had been restraining himself and concealing his strength. He was too scheming. Boom! The three Venerables fought again. Fang Yuan had the upper hand. The two Venerables were defeated. They coughed out blood. Their injuries worsened. Fang Yuan wore a snow-white robe. His hair fluttered in the wind as he rampaged in the battlefield, his aura overwhelming the mountains and rivers. He firmly held the upper hand. He suddenly chanted, Early in life, I knew the difficulties of the world, yet I still allow myself to soar through the clouds. Cold winds blow along the way. My body feels like cotton floating in the sea of life. I travel alone, tempered by the heart of iron, racking my brains to forge a sword. Today, my sword points to the clouds, refine goo, refine humans, and even refine heaven. Fang Yuan's attacks were like raging waves. They engulfed the entire battlefield and the 8 extreme directions of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist them. They were forced to retreat. Fang Yuan grabbed with his hand. The final truthful floating ice flew towards him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation, immortal, venerable, snorted coldly. She had no choice but to use the door of life and death at the last moment. The door of life and death burst out with a strong suction force. Giant Sun Immortal attacked at the same time. A killer move landed on Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan wanted to take the truthful floating ice, he exposed a flaw. He was sent into the door of life and death by the two venerables. The tactic succeeded. The two venerables looked at each other, joy and surprise on their faces. But at the next moment, Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Reverse Flow River, a killer move that used the three secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores, was activated by Fang Yuan. A path of life formed, extending out of the door of life and death. Fang Yuan returned to the battlefield in an instant, leaving the furious spectral soul demon venerable behind in the door of life and death. The two venerables were dumbfounded. Giant Sun Immortal's eyelids twitched. This was the killer move that he had been waiting for Fang Yuan to come up with when he was trapped in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan tried to evade it with a troubled expression. He eventually declared that the deduction was a failure. But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw Fang Yuan's proficiency in using this move. He had clearly practiced it many times. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan already had this move. But he still used Dang Hun Luo Pasil to stall Giant Sun Immortal and the rest. Seeing that the door of life and death could not trap Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed softly. At the next moment, the door of life and death opened. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable jumped out. He was still in a violent mood. His mind was in a mess. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He attacked Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this chance to snatch the truthful floating ice. The scene was extremely chaotic. Immortal killer move, Dang Hun Luo Pasil. With one attack, Fang Yuan broke 1,000 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms. After Fang Yuan became venerable and passed the Black Fire Tribulation, his Dao marks were slightly higher than Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. Fang Yuan roared as he chased after them, finally obtaining the final truthful floating ice. Star Constellation, I have tried my best. Suddenly, verdant great suns sigh could be heard from Spectral Soul's stomach. Next, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's gaze changed, becoming hazy. His roars and anger stopped abruptly. He gave up on Fang Yuan and Giant Sun, charging towards the hole expressionlessly. Boom! With a loud sound, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable actually used his body to block the hole. The immortals were stunned. There was silence again. Chapter 22:38. This was a nameless grassland. The soil was barren. The grass was mostly yellow and withered weeds. The sky was gray and overcast. There was no sunlight. Dark winds blew on the immortals' faces. In this ordinary place, dozens of Gu immortals were gathered. The Gu immortals' gazes were focused on two of them. One was a male immortal. He wore a yellow-brown leather robe of northern plains. He had a thick red leather belt. He wore a pair of black leather boots. The thick leather robe could not conceal his muscular body. As for his face, it was not outstanding. It was more like an ordinary face. But none of the Gu immortals present could ignore him. Because his name was Du, he was the domination immortal. Facing him from afar was a female immortal. This female immortal wore black gold armor. Her face was half covered by a visor that covered her nose, mouth, and cheeks. Only the upper half was exposed, but she had strong facial features. Her eyebrows were sharp. Her eyes were bright. She had a heroic aura. She was the famous Gu immortal world of Northern Plains, Fairy Black Moon, who had challenged all sorts of experts without losing once. As for her true identity, He Lu Lan, very few Gu immortals knew about it. Not long ago, after He Lulan defeated Lu Tribe's Rank 7 expert, the Rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Chang. She took the initiative to challenge Chu Du. Chu Du did not cower. He directly agreed. Once news of this battle spread, it affected the sensitive nerves of Northern Plains immortals. They paid close attention to it. At this moment, it was the time for the two immortals to fight. Chu Du, you are finally here. He Lulan's eyes were burning with battle intent. A confrontation of strength path. I have been waiting for this battle for a long time. Chu Du happily replied. Regardless of the outcome, I would like to invite you to Chu Tribe as a guest. We can exchange insights on strength path cultivation. He Lulan snorted coldly. Chu Du, I have heard of your great name. But if you want to exchange pointers, we will have to see if you have the qualifications. Let's fight. Chu Du smiled. Please. He Lulan did not stand on ceremony. She flew up like lightning, flying into the clouds. Hoo hoo hoo. Numerous figures suddenly shot down from the clouds like shooting stars, diving down towards Chu Du. Chu Du raised his head to look. Seeing this, he immediately retreated. His speed became even faster. He pulled apart the distance and used a killer move, pushing his palms upwards. Rumble, a surge of energy surged out. The wave of chi swept out. He Lulan's strength path silhouette was crushed like a bubble under the wild attack. Chu Du pushed out his palm again, and the dark clouds above his head were instantly swept away, revealing a clear sky of several dozen miles. Bright sunlight shone down. He Lulan, who had disappeared into the clouds, was also exposed. He Lulan's expression was solemn. With the cover of the dark clouds, her killer move was also ready. The next moment, she clasped her hands into fists, raised them high above her head, and smashed them down towards Chu Du. With a thunderous explosion, the air distorted, and the fist shadow almost instantly blasted in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms and blocked the attack. Bang! With a loud sound, he was forced back by 100 steps, but he soon stopped in the air, shaking his arms as a layer of dust fell from his sleeves. He was unharmed. He Lulan was not an exception. Her attacks were like a storm, continuous and unending. Chu Du blocked again, and counterattacked. Both sides were still a distance away from each other, attacking from afar, the commotion shaking heaven and earth. The spectating immortals stared at both sides attentively. Spectacular to think that Strength Path Gu immortals also have so many long-range methods. Currently, it seems that Fairy Black Moon and Chu Du are evenly matched. Humph, it is still too early to say. Cho Lao Wu snorted coldly. Strength Path Gu immortals are strongest in close combat. These two are only probing each other with long-range attacks. Chu Du was steady like a mountain, while He Lulan displayed many exquisite long-range methods. After a dozen or so rounds, both sides suddenly charged and fiercely collided in the middle. An explosion shook the hearts of the immortals. The two are truly fighting. This is an extremely rare contest of Strength Path. Whoever wins will be the #1 Strength Path expert in the current 5 regions. In the current 5 regions, there were very few Gu immortals who cultivated Strength Path. After all, Strength Path was declining. It was not a concept that had existed for 50 or 60 years. It had been declining for a long time. Before He Lulan appeared, Chu Du was publicly recognized as a Strength Path expert in the current 5 regions. He could be said to be the face of the world. He Lulan's sudden appearance and her specialized path surprised many Gu immortals. To think that another freak expert would appear in Strength Path. Under everyone's gazes, the two exchanged punches and kicks. They were locked in a stalemate. Offense and defense continued to switch. Enormous strength was contained in every strike. Be it Chu Du or He Lulan, neither had the slightest intention of retreating. They fought fiercely and fiercely. The battle between Strength Path Gu Immortals could be said to be simple and unadorned. It was not as flashy as other paths. However, the Gu Immortals present felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. Even though Strength Path is declining, Strength Path Gu Immortals cannot be underestimated. If I were to fight against either Chu Du or Fairy Black Moon, the outcome would be dire. Every time Chu Du and He Lulan fought, there would be a thunderous explosion, the surrounding air distorted, air currents surged, and the sound of the wind could be heard. Compared to long-range combat, Strength Path was more suited for close-range combat. For Gu Immortals who cultivated Strength Path, every ordinary punch or kick was threatening enough. The advantage of close-range combat was the frequency of attacks. He Lulan and Chu Du fought faster and faster. The spectating Gu Immortals could not help but break out in cold sweat if they put themselves in their shoes. In the future, if I encounter Strength Path Gu Immortals, I cannot let them get close to me. Punches and kicks are used too frequently. There is no time to prepare killer moves in this battle. But without killer moves, how can I defend against such a storm of punches and kicks? Another dozen or so rounds passed. Chu Du gradually gained the upper hand. Even though He Lulan was strong and had many methods, she was inferior to Chu Du in terms of battle experience. Her cultivation time could not compare to Chu Du. Chu Du relied on his rich battle experience to accumulate his advantage bit by bit. As these advantages accumulated, He Lulan was gradually forced into a disadvantage. Chun Chung, In Wu Ke, and the rest had grim expressions. This cannot go on. I need to take a risk. He Lulan's gaze was like a sharp blade. It flashed for an instant. She knew that if she did not try to change this, she would be the one who would lose. At the next moment, He Lulan roared as her punches and kicks flew like a tidal wave, crashing towards Chu Du. Chu Du was like a reef in the sea. No matter how strong the waves were, he did not budge. He Lulan was not surprised. She retreated while Chu Du was blocking her attacks. At the same time, she started to prepare her killer move. Chu Du smiled as he quickly got close. Oh no! Chun Chung saw this and cried out. The spectating Gu Immortals saw this and understood that Chu Du had been waiting for this opportunity. Chu Du burst out with astonishing speed, rapidly closing in on He Lulan. He Lulan was forced into a corner. She could only stop her killer move and use her fists and kicks to fight against Chu Du, blocking his relentless attacks. Precisely so, she rashly stopped her killer move midway. The killer move's activation failed and caused a backlash that caused He Lulan to suffer severe internal injuries. Chu Du created this opportunity and also used it to force He Lulan to the point where she could only defend herself. Chu Du had the complete upper hand. Cheers erupted. The voices came from Chu Du's adopted children, as well as Chu tribe's external elders. Humph, don't be happy too early. Fairy Black Moon still has trump cards that she has not used yet. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals who supported He Lulan had grim expressions as they retorted. Totem killer move, dark capital strength Biao. At the next moment, He Lulan's body shook slightly. With a tiger's roar, a huge pitch-black tiger sent Chu Du flying with a claw. The huge pitch-black tiger's wings flapped as it vanished on the spot, appearing behind Chu Du. Chu Du quickly turned around to block. Although he blocked another attack from the dark capital strength Biao, his body was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground from the recoil. It appeared. Fairy Black Moon's signature method, dark capital strength Biao. Someone shouted excitedly. Cho Lao Wu had a cold expression. This was the first time he had seen it. This totem killer move is too convenient. It normally resides on the skin, but when it is needed, it can be activated with just a thought. Indeed, Hao Zhen gritted his teeth. If not for this move, my first Supreme Elder would have already obtained victory. Chapter 2239. The dark capital strength Biao had incredible speed. it was very hard to deal with. Most importantly, after He Lulan stabilized his footing, he hurriedly used a healing method on his body and immediately entered the battle. She cooperated with the dark capital strength Biao. Pincer attacks from both sides, suppressing Chu Du. Chu Du was in a sorry state. His robe was torn in many places. His defense was at a disadvantage. Soon, blood flowed out of his mouth. Injuries accumulated on his body. Chu clan's Gu immortals had grim expressions. From this situation, they could not see any hope of Chu Du turning the situation around. The dark capital strength Biao gave He Lulan a huge advantage. You will be defeated like this. He Lulan took the chance and shouted, using his killer move, 8 Directions Battle Strength. Chu Du was surrounded by several figures. He could not get out. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. It was the dark capital strength Biao. It opened its mouth and bit at Chu Du. If this bite landed, even if Chu Du did not die, he would be heavily injured. At the crucial moment, Chu Du laughed loudly. I finally caught you. At the next moment, a strength path giant hand appeared and grabbed. The dark capital strength Biao was caught off guard. It growled and tried to struggle, but it only lasted for a breath of time before the strength path giant hand grabbed it and slammed it into the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth trembled, rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. Immortal killer move, battle strength evaporation. Chu Du burst out with a powerful aura. His body expanded as he turned into a 10-meter-tall giant. His upper body was exposed. His skin was red. All the pores on his body opened up. Sweat turned into steam and enveloped his entire body. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth combined strength. Chu Du stretched out his arms and clapped his palms together in front of his chest. At the next moment, the immortals gasped. He Lulan's expression changed. The surrounding 1,000 li was enveloped and restricted by a formless force. The Gu immortals could not move. They were like mosquitoes that fell into oil. Affected by this killer move, the dark capital strength Biao's speed fell drastically. Its threat to Chu Du fell to rock bottom. This is almost a quasi-battlefield killer move. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Chu Du's move was more exquisite than she had expected. I didn't want to use it. He Lulan snorted internally before activating Expend Strength Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture. This rank 7 immortal Gu was secretly lent to her by Longevity Heaven. Other than that, there was a killer move that used Expend Strength Immortal Gu as the core. It was called 70% Expend Strength. The situation was dire. So, He Lulan immediately activated this technique. When this move was being prepared, it was soundless. When it was unleashed, its aura would suddenly erupt. It was swift and violent. Chu Du tried to dodge, but he didn't manage to do so. After being hit by this move, each of his movements, even his killer moves, required more than half of his strength. He Lulan took advantage of Chu Du's decline to launch another fierce attack. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and both sides were in a deadlock. The spectating immortals quickly retreated, leaving the range of the heaven and earth combined strength killer move. They calmed down and continued to watch the battle. No matter what the result of this battle is, these two are peak rank 7s in Northern Plains. With such terrifying battle strength, they can probably challenge rank 8 Gu immortals. Chu Du, Black Moon. In the current world, they are the pillars of strength path. The Gu immortals sighed deeply. At this point in the battle, be it He Lulan or Chu Du, they had already won everyone's admiration. They were evenly matched. The immortals were even more interested in the final outcome of the battle. Amazing, this is amazing. Chu Du had many fractures. His robe was dyed with blood, but he laughed loudly. This battle made him excited. He Lulan gritted her teeth and did not speak. She was at a disadvantage again. The reason was still battle experience. Chu Du was superior to He Lulan in every minute detail. Little by little, they affected the entire battle. He Lulan tried all ways to salvage the situation, but the more rushed she was, the more flaws there were. Chu Du could take advantage of them. He was clearly hit by my 70% expended strength killer move. How can he still have such endurance? Chu Du did not tire at all. He Lulan could not help but feel bewildered. Chu Du had deep strength. He Lulan was already using her full strength, but she could not take down Chu Du currently. She could only hope that 70% expended strength killer move would tire Chu Du out. However, another dozen or so rounds passed. Before Chu Du got tired, He Lulan was already at a complete disadvantage. She was in a precarious situation. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She was not willing to lose. In this situation, she could only take a risk. At the next moment, the dark capital strength Biao growled and pounced at He Lulan. He Lulan did not retreat. She moved forward instead, fusing into the dark capital strength Biao's body in the air. With a burst of black light, the dark capital strength Biao's huge body shrunk at lightning speed, turning into a half-beast, half-human form. It stuck to the surface of He Lulan's armor like smoke or an illusion. This was a higher level of usage of totem killer moves. Gu immortals and totems were closely connected. Their battle strength would rise sharply. Chu Du lose. He Lulan shouted. Her tiger wings flapped as she instantly appeared in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms. He Lulan's fists landed on his arms. A huge force exploded like thunder. The surrounding air exploded as Chu Du flew out uncontrollably. Chu Du stomped on the ground, creating a long trench. He was still flying back when He Lulan suddenly appeared above Chu Du. Boom. With another heavy blow, He Lulan sent Chu Du crashing into the ground. Bam, bam, bam. He Lulan floated in the air. Her punches rained down like a storm. The ground shook, smoke billowed. The terrifying power made many Gu immortals pale. Lord Chu Du, Godfather. Chu clan's Gu immortals shouted with worry. He Lulan was too powerful. She was suppressing Chu Du. He could not retaliate at all. Enough is enough. Stop, He Yu. Chu Du's voice came from the pit. He spoke with much difficulty. He Lulan ignored him. Her punches rained down. Is Chu Du admitting defeat? Wu Guang asked excitedly. Something is wrong. Master's condition is not good. Chen Cheng's expression changed. With his reminder, everyone realized that He Lulan's gaze was like that of a wild beast. She had lost her rationality. She was only using her killing instinct to control her killer moves. Chu clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. There is still hope. Great. As long as First Supreme Elder survives this, we will win. This killer move is too strong. Fairy Black Moon's killer move activation failed. She might even lose her life due to the backlash. But right at this time, a figure pounced out. It was Chu Du. But Chu Du's next action was out of everyone's expectations. He forcefully endured the intense attacks, disregarding his own life. He forcefully got close to He Lulan and placed his hand on He Lulan's shoulder. A shockwave spread out. He Lulan and the dark capital strength Biao separated. He Lulan regained her rationality. Her pupils shrunk. She was shocked to find that her left fist had pierced through Chu Du's right chest. But Chu Du used his method to save her, preventing her from suffering the terrifying backlash of the killer move. Why? At once, He Lulan fell into deep confusion. But right at this moment, the dark capital strength Biao's ferocity did not diminish. It appeared behind Chu Du and bit down. Stop! He Lulan shouted in her mind. Her thoughts burst out. She wanted to stop the dark capital strength Biao. In this situation, Chu Du would definitely pay with his life if he was hit like this. But the dark capital strength Biao was not under He Lulan's control. It was extremely ferocious. Right when He Lulan thought that Chu Du was going to die, a powerful aura burst out of Chu Du's body. The killer move arrived immediately, sending the dark capital strength Biao flying. The immortals were shocked. Rank 8 cultivation level. Chu Du became a rank 8 Gu immortal. My first Supreme Elder is rank 8? When did he advance? He Lulan stared with wide eyes, staring at Chu Du. Why? While saying this, she pulled back her left hand from Chu Du's chest and placed it on his shoulder. A killer move was activated by He Lulan, but it was not an offensive method. It was a healing killer move. Chu Du's expression was pale as he accepted her goodwill, smiling at her. Ever since you went around challenging people, I have been paying attention to you, Fairy Black Moon. You know, even if you did not challenge me, I wanted to fight you, a fair fight, because Strength Path has been lonely for too long. I'm really happy that you're here. Let us continue like this, Black Moon. Revive Strength Path, let it shine again. Chu Du expressed his thoughts. Looking at his shining eyes, He Lulan was speechless. The dark capital strength Biao was repelled by Chu Du. It flew back. But now, He Lulan had regained control of it. The dark capital strength Biao was damaged in many places. It rested on He Lulan's body. He Lulan gave Chu Du a deep look before leaving. Before she left, she said, Chu Du, you've won this battle. In this battle that affected Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, even though Chu Du won, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Chu Du displayed rank 8 cultivation level. He became a high-level character among Gu immortals, be it himself or Chu clan, their reputation soared. During the intense battle, Chu Du first sealed his cultivation level and fought with Fairy Black Moon, with only rank 7 cultivation level. Finally, Chu Du disregarded his own life and saved Fairy Black Moon. All of these made the neutral Gu immortals have a good impression of him. Even In Wu Kei, Qin Cheng, Wu Guang, and others who supported Fairy Black Moon felt admiration towards him. After returning to Chu clan, one of his adopted sons suggested holding a celebratory banquet and inviting immortals to use this battle to raise Chu clan's reputation. But Chu Du rejected it. Chu Du kept a low profile regarding this battle. However, becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal still had a huge impact on the current situation in Northern Plains. A few days later, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced a shocking piece of news at almost the same time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal revived, while Guyue Fang Yuan became a Refinement Path Demon Venerable. The world was in an uproar. Immortals were shocked. Chapter 2240. The fascinating thing about Venerable Gu was not just the charismatic main character, Guyue Fang Yuan, but also the other characters that left a deep impression. It could be said that Venerable Gu was not just a biography of Fang Yuan, it was also a grand stage where countless characters would show their prowess. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, Pengde, Lady White Rabbit, Li Xiaobai, Zhan Budu, Empress Wu Ji, Tai Ruanen, Shang Xian Ci, Yang Senmu, Lu Weiyin, Yifan, Hong Yi, Han Li Duklong, Qin Dingling, Fairy Myrtle, Che Wei, Guyue Fangzheng, Yuan Qiongdu, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Chen Yi, Li Huang, Flesh Whip Immortal, Golden Hooped Immortal Feng Joga, Fairy Bai Qing, Feng Kim Hong, Zhao Lianyun, Wang Xiao Air, Song Zi Xing, Bo Qing, Wan Dan, Di Zongxing, Shabi 95, Mao Liqiu, Qing Chou, Bing Sai Chuan, Chu Du, Dongfang Naganori, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Ma Hongyun, Old Ancestor Shui, Hu, Zishan Makoto, Qin Bai Sheng, Nye Kuang Feng, Butian Kong, 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics, Xinshang, Song Yishur, Xiehan Mo, Zui Xianwang, Miao Mingxin, Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fong Gong, Fong Di Chang, Thousand Transformations Ancestor, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Ju, Hu Immortal Land Spirit of Langya, The 10, Venerable's primordial origin, star constellation, limitless, reckless savage, red lotus, Genesis lotus, thieving heaven, giant sun, spectral soul, paradise earth, great dream, mythology's human ancestor, verdant great sun, desolate Guyua, northern dark ice soul, boundless forest samsara, blazing glory, lightning brilliance, myriad gold wondrous essence, great strength, true martial, carefree wisdom heart. Among these characters, there were pure humans and variant humans. There were sinister heroes and kind-hearted girls. There were mortals and goo immortals. There were losers and winners. There were unfathomable legends. And there were also valiant heroes with outstanding achievements. They cultivated all kinds of paths and possessed all kinds of goo worms. They had their own stories, their own pain, their own misfortunes, and also their own glory and fortuitous encounters that belonged solely to them. They also had their own ambitions. Some were selfish, some were thinking for the sake of their race, and some even surpassed their race and loved the world. Among these characters, there would definitely be some that would make you laugh, or move you to tears, or even hate them. Perhaps you have something to say to them? Then, come and participate in the book Friend Character Selection. Currently, there was only the main character, Fang Yuan, in the character list of this book. It was completely empty. Who can accompany the protagonist, Fang Yuan, and become the symbolic character of this book? Participating steps. There was a post under Venomous Insect Masters Character Selection thread in Chidian's book review and comments section. Chapter 2241. Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Under the setting sun, the sea surface was dyed red. Seabirds were chirping. The sea breeze was gentle. This place was still some distance away from Eastern Sea Xia Clan headquarters, but it was not far. This is good. Fang Yuan quickly descended, landing on a small uninhabited island. Several investigative killer moves were used. Fang Yuan knew the entire island like the back of his hand. He did not find any threats or mysteries. Fang Yuan directly used the 5 regional limit formation. Soon, 5 colored smoke mixed together and enveloped the entire island before spreading from the sky, the sea surface, and the bottom of the sea. If he was still rank 8 now, after escaping from Crazed Demon Cave, he would choose to go to Eastern Sea Xia Clan headquarters, or go to a place like Immemorial White Heaven to hide and recuperate. But Fang Yuan had rank 9 cultivation level now. He was a venerable, he could act openly. If Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable, or Giant Sun, Immortal chased after him now, Fang Yuan would be more than happy to see it. Fang Yuan slowly closed his eyes. His divine sense surged as he entered the sovereign immortal aperture. He had several beads of rank 9 immortal essence. Rank 8 immortal essence was called White Lychee Immortal Essence. Rank 9 immortal essence was slightly larger. It was like an apricot and had an orange-yellow color. It was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan was already familiar with the characteristics of rank 9 immortal essence. After all, he had obtained some immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago. But at this moment, he was still slightly agitated. After all, this was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence that belonged to him. Using Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, Fang Yuan activated a method. Refinement Path Killer Move. Refine Self. A pale yellow light the size of a fist flowed out of Fang Yuan's dantian. Next, the pale yellow light slowly flowed and covered Fang Yuan's entire body. The focus was on the injuries on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had hundreds of injuries on his body. Most of them were only treated roughly before he returned. Even now, there were still many wounds that were bleeding. Specks of starlight or golden light shone on the bones or in the mangled flesh. The pale yellow radiance flowed in, and wherever it went, the starlight would dissipate, and the golden clouds would vanish. This meant that the Tao marks that star constellation Immortal Venerable and giant sun Immortal left on Feng Yuan were all refined by Feng Yuan. However, the process of refinement was not pleasant. Intense pain kept coming. Feng Yuan's entire body trembled, and his face turned pale. Soon, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Finally, the pale yellow light stopped on Feng Yuan's severed arm. This lasted for an hour before the pale yellow radiance dissipated. Feng Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly relaxed. After resting for a while, he immediately activated the compound Killer Move Man as before. In the next moment, all the injuries on his body disappeared, and his severed arm was completely restored. However, when Feng Yuan held the new hand, he still felt a little weak. But this was already enough to satisfy him. Feng Yuan's injuries were severe, but star constellation Immortal Venerable and giant sun Immortal were also not in a good state. Feng Yuan was almost certain that their healing efficiency was lower than his. Because Feng Yuan had the killer move Refined Self, this killer move could rapidly refine the Tao marks on a Gu cultivator's body and turn them into his own. This method originated from Feng Yuan's previous killer move, self-cleansing. Feng Yuan used this to refine all the Tao marks left behind by the Flying Star killer move during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, directly breaking star constellation Immortal Venerable's Flying Star killer move. His physical injuries were healed, and his soul was also at its peak state. Feng Yuan started to deal with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was first struck by Giant Sun Immortal's killer move, causing calamities and tribulations. Almost at the same time, under Feng Yuan's secret manipulation, it attacked the Heavenly Tao's blockade and suffered the chaotic calamity. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered heavy losses. Its foundation fell sharply compared to before Crazed Demon Cave. It had less than 20% of its original foundation left. It was simply a scene of devastation. It was a tragic sight. However, even before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, I had already expected this situation and made preparations for it. Feng Yuan focused his mind. Thoughts surged as he activated the compound Immortal Killer move, Landscape as before. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Middle Year Essence Pool, as well as the various Year Essence branch pools, were completely opened. The accumulated water of the River of Time formed a vast phantom river under the effect of Landscape. As before, it quickly engulfed the Mini-5 regions and the Mini-9 heavens. The phantom water of the River of Time quickly disappeared, but what was left behind were many resource points, mountains, and rivers that were restored to their original state. The Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture saw this and cheered. Their morale was greatly boosted. Feng Yuan let out a breath of air. Back then, when he created the Year Essence Pool and created the Time Path Zones, he had already planned to coordinate with Landscape as before. With this method, the water of the River of Time in the Year Essence Pool almost dried up. Many of the Time Path Zones only existed in name. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time difference with the outside world was greatly reduced. It would take a long time for the Year Essence Pool to accumulate enough water of the River of Time to increase the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time speed again. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture thus recovered 40% of its foundation. This way, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only lost 40% of its foundation. It greatly reduced the amount of time, effort, and resources that Feng Yuan needed to rebuild it. 40% of the losses were caused by the chaotic calamity. Landscape, as before, was not an effective killer move. The Gu Immortals who died in the chaotic calamity could not revive through human sea. There were many other losses. The Immortal Essence losses were huge. The vast amount of Rank 8 Immortal Essence reserves was now left with only 10%. It had fallen below the danger line and was in a dangerous situation. This was one of the reasons why Feng Yuan stopped and did not make things difficult for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The good news was that Feng Yuan was a venerable now. The rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence that he produced was far more durable than white lychee immortal essence. The bad news was that the rank 8 immortal goo heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus that had once given Feng Yuan a huge amount of help to his immortal reserves was now sharply decreasing. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was close to the outside world. Feng Yuan's immortal essence storage efficiency was not high, and in the near future, Feng Yuan needed to rest and manage his immortal aperture while refining the natural Tao marks of the outside world. He needed a lot of immortal essence. The immortal essence shortage is huge. Immortal Yuan stone is already of little use to me. If I increase the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow, regardless of the consequences, it is not appropriate either. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, unless they were dream path or pill path, did not pose much of a threat to Feng Yuan. What Feng Yuan was wary of was the chaotic disaster that occurred every 100 years. Even though he had already survived a chaotic disaster in Crazed Demon Cave. But this was only a heavenly Tao blockade. The scale of the chaotic disaster was far smaller than the chaotic disaster that occurred every 100 years. If the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow increased too quickly, Feng Yuan would quickly attract a chaotic disaster. If he did not handle it well, he would be heavily injured or even die. Other venerables would take advantage of him. Immortal essence replenishment was a problem. Other than this loss, Feng Yuan also lost a large number of immortal goo. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, after the goo immortals died, Feng Yuan did not take back their immortal goo or immortal apertures. Moreover, the 7 immortal goo houses that Feng Yuan took out, including Rising Cloud City, were all lost in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Feng Yuan's immortal goo losses this time, other than Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, none of the other superforces could afford it. Thankfully, during the middle and later stages of Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan consciously reduced his losses in this aspect. For example, when Zhan Budu died, his will sent many precious transformation path immortal goo into jewel yellow skies. Other than immortal essence and immortal goo, many goo immortals also died. Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Eternal Life, Xiao Hejian, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and even Feng Yuan's clone, Zhan Budu, died in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Some died in the sovereign immortal aperture, while resisting the calamities and tribulations. Most of them were revived through human sea they needed to cultivate to become immortals again. The other group of people could not be revived. Among these people was the rank 8 goo immortal Last Combat Beast King. His death made Feng Yuan feel a trace of regret. This old man was a hard-working person. He was of great help to the sovereign immortal aperture. Unfortunately, he was burned to death by the black fire. Feng Yuan could not revive. Other than these material losses, Feng Yuan also suffered a large number of hidden losses. The most important thing was that his killer moves were exposed. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan had no choice but to expose a large number of compound killer moves and trump cards. For example, Refined Self, Totem killer moves, and so on. As time passed, these killer moves could not be used anymore. They needed to be modified. If he fought against other venerables in the future, using the same killer moves would bring huge risks to Feng Yuan. Compared to these losses, Feng Yuan gained much more. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan had huge gains. He was the undisputed #1 winner. Firstly, Feng Yuan plundered the first 7 layers. He obtained a vast number of chaotic Tao Mark immortal materials. In the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, He used Thieves' Den to obtain a vast number of rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were enough for him to advance to rank 9 immortal goo refinement. Second was primordial domain. Fang Yuan's primordial domain was about the same as giant sun immortals. It was slightly inferior to star constellation immortal venerables. Primordial domain's value was huge, especially to Fang Yuan. Third was Paradise Earth's Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance, as well as his Heaven Path cultivation results. These included how to digest the truthful floating ice and raise his Heaven Path cultivation level. Fourth was information. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan gained a detailed understanding of star constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, Celestial Court, and Longevity Heaven. He was no longer as confused as before. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortals methods. Their combat system, Celestial Court's Door of Life and Death Immortal Graveyard, White Clouds Suppressing City Painting Path Formation, Wandan's Pill Path, Longevity Heaven's 8 Extremes Formation, Calamity Luck Altars Luck Changing Golden Light Path, and so on. The fifth gain was also Fang Yuan's greatest gain. His cultivation level rose. He became a venerable. This was a qualitative change at the peak. From today onwards, he had turned from a chess piece to a chess player. He could openly make arrangements in the world and rule over the 5 regions. In the history of humanity and variant humans, his name had to be recorded. At this point, he stood side by side with the previous 10 sages. He was like the sun that illuminated the world. The other Gu immortals, no matter how heroic they were like stars in the sky. Guyue Fang Yuan, the 11th venerable of the Gu cultivation world, a demonic cultivator who became a venerable through refinement path, according to the title promoted by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Chapter 2242. Eastern Sea, Shun Clan's headquarters, Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. An elderly Gu immortal was standing in front of a stone door, waiting silently. The elderly Gu immortal was emitting rank 8 aura. He had a high status. He was the current first supreme elder of Shun Clan, Shun Songsheng. Rumble, the stone door of the secret room, opened as 2 Gu immortals walked out. The leader wore a gray robe. He had long black and white hair that draped over his shoulders. It was Shun Shang. He cultivated human path. Hiding in Divine Emperor City was a fortuitous encounter for him. After breaking out of Divine Emperor City, the black fire in his immortal aperture had completely healed. His battle strength had risen to pseudo-venerable battle strength. After Shun Shang walked out of the stone door, he stopped at the side and smiled at the Gu immortal behind him. "Friend Lu, please." This Gu immortal wore simple clothes made of sackcloth. His body was strong like a bear. He wore a conical hat. Half of his face was pale and weak. It was Lu Weiyin who had survived Crazed Demon Cave. Lu Weiyin cupped his fists. "Senior Shun's human path methods are extraordinary. 30% of my injuries have already healed. I can only repay this favor in the future." Shun Shang laughed heartily. "Friend Lu, don't worry about it. You don't need to call me senior. In Crazed Demon Cave, we fought side by side. We cooperated closely with such camaraderie. We can treat each other as equals." Shun Songsheng smiled and said, "The 2 of you, the banquet has been prepared. Please come with us." Before Lu Weiyin could be modest, Shun Shang laughed heartily, grabbing his arm and passionately bringing him into the banquet. The banquet was held outdoors. It was at the peak of Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. There were only 3 pavilions. Shun Shang sat at the main seat, Lu Weiyin sat at the guest seat, and Shun Songsheng sat at the end. There was no need to mention the delicacies and wine on the stone table. Lu Weiyin only took a small sip as he looked into the distance. The sea was like a mirror. There were no waves, The setting sun was shining brightly. The clouds were like fire. What a beautiful scene! Lu Weiyin praised. At this time, countless birds were chirping on the island. Countless red sandalwood branches shook slightly, creating a beautiful melody. For a moment, the sounds of nature mixed together and spread far and wide between the vast sea and sky. Lu Weiyin could not help but reveal a look of indulgence. He closed his eyes and admired it. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. I've long heard of the Eastern Sea's Shun clan's red sandalwood 10,000 Sparrow Islands reputation. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. To be able to come out of the crazed demon cave alive and witness this scene, my heart is at peace. Sigh, it's good to be alive. Lu Weiyin's strength was already at the peak of rank 8. His defense was even more outstanding among pseudo-venerables. However, the battle in the crazed demon cave had fully allowed him to feel the feeling of being weak. Not mentioning the hardships, Lu Weiyin was on the verge of death many times. Thinking back to those dangerous situations, Lu Weiji still had lingering fear. Shun Songsheng was instantly curious. If not for the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven's announcement, the entire 5 regions would still be in the dark. What exactly happened in Crazed Demon Cave? Not only did Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revive, even Guyue and Fang Yuan became Heaven-refining Demon Venerable. Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven both suffered losses. Even though their gains were not small, Fang Yuan was the biggest winner. Thus, they did not give any detailed information about Crazed Demon Cave. Now that the world was in an uproar after the Gu Immortals' shock, they were filled with immense curiosity. Shen Songsheng was one of them. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang looked at each other as they talked about the battle in Crazed Demon Cave with complex expressions. After Shen Songsheng heard it, he was silent for a long time. Limitless Demon Venerable's pursuit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme, Giant Sun Immortal Strength, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's regret, as well as Guyue and Fang Yuan's patience. The scale of this battle was simply too high. As for Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Zhan Budu, Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Weiyin, and Shen Shang, they all became foils. The price of this battle was also extremely shocking. Pseudo-venerables like Zhan Budu and Demon Immortal Qi Ju died. Fang Yuan lost close to 100 Gu Immortals, while only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities remained. In Crazed Demon Cave, countless living beings, including Nie Kuang Feng, Butian Kong, and Duan, who perished. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable failed in his pursuit of eternal life. Fang Yuan became the biggest winner. Shen Songsheng frowned as he asked the 2 immortals, I still have 3 things that I don't understand. Firstly, if I were Limitless Demon Venerable, why would I be in such a hurry and take such risks? With such strength, I can even suppress the world. If this crazed demon formation failed, I might as well set up another one. Shen Shang shook his head. Limitless Demon Venerable was determined to pursue the Tao. He had 1,000,000 years of accumulation and planning. How could he be satisfied without testing it? Lu Weiyin added, his state back then probably could not last for long. He seemed to have revived, but he was not a living Gu immortal. At least when he died, he did not lose his flesh and immortal aperture. He turned back into many truthful floating ice pieces. So that's it. Shun Songsheng nodded as he asked. Secondly, did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable really leave him alone in the void of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer? Lu Weiyin pondered. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was controlled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at first. His emotions surged, and he almost lost his memories. He only vaguely remembered Lord Paradise Earth. Later, When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was released from the door of life and death by star constellation Immortal Venerable, he actually took the initiative to suppress the hole in the world wall. It was truly out of our expectations. He did not regain his memories and rationality like I had expected. His emotions became emotionless. He could be said to be emotionless. He even treated the hole in the world wall as his biggest target. He used his body to suppress it. Ignoring everything else, his state was strange. He was like a soul beast. Shen Shang said, "Why did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable become like this?" Lu Wei and I had discussed it long ago, but there was no conclusion. In my opinion, the Venerables do not have a definite answer. They are at most guesses. After Fang Yuan gained the upper hand and snatched the final truthful floating ice piece, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable focused on suppressing the hole in the world wall, the three Venerables gave up. After the entire battle in Crazed Demon Cave, they were also very weak. Since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is dealing with the hole in the world wall, it is a wise move to ignore it for now. Saying so, Shen Shang looked at Lu Wei-yin and continued, "As for how to deal with it in the future, whether Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will regain his rationality or not, we cannot estimate that." Lu Wei-yin nodded, his expression turning solemn. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bloodthirsty. He had not regained his rationality. He could only stay in the 9th layer, unable to break out. But if he regained his rationality, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would not be at peace. Shin Songsheng asked at the end. Thirdly, that Fang Yuan scheme to become a venerable has already been exposed by star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. But I do not understand. Why does Fang Yuan have so many new killer moves? Those compound killer moves, those totem killer moves, and most importantly, Dang Hun Luo Pasil, as well as the killer move that uses Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. I cannot understand it. It would be fine if it were other aspects, but Fang Yuan's expertise and wisdom path has always been in defending against deductions of others. His wisdom goo was also destroyed in the Celestial Court. How could he have such great gains in his killer moves? Don't tell me, he also made huge progress in wisdom path? But isn't this progress a little too huge? Forget about Dang Hun, Luo Pasil. The killer move that allowed him to escape from the door of life and death easily used 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores. He even managed to replicate a life path. Lu Wei-yin and Shen Shang shook their heads, expressing that they did not know. The former side, if not for Fang Yuan being so unexpected, he would not have become the biggest winner. The latter said, "I have many guesses about this." The 3 immortals ate as they talked, discussing these guesses. After eating and drinking, Shun Songsheng took out cups and made tea for Lu Wei-yin and Shen Shang. Lu Wei-yin watched for a while before noticing something, asking with great interest, "Could it be 6-sound tea?" Shen Songsheng smiled. "It is just a small trick. Please allow me to make a fool of myself." Lu Wei-yin said with a solemn expression. "Shun clan's 6-sound tea is famous in the world. To think that I would be able to taste it today. In Luck Path, there is a saying, after extreme misfortune comes bliss. There is also a saying, after surviving a great disaster, one is bound to have good fortune. I am truly fortunate today." 6-sound tea was a set of tea with a total of 6 small cups. The brewing process, temperature, type of cup, order of drinking, and specific drinking method of these 6 small cups of tea were all extremely detailed. Shun Songsheng continuously used rank 8 immortal materials to make the first cup of tea. It was called Autumn Tongue Sound. The tea was clear and bright. It was like the clear autumn sky, untainted by even a speck of dust. When the tea entered his throat, Lu Wei-yin felt a refreshing and sweet sensation. His mind was clear, without any trace of pollution. He felt carefree, like he had turned into a bird or a breeze, flying in the autumn sky, forgetting all worries. Shun Songsheng made the second cup of tea. It was called Cloud Flow Sound. This tea had a unique texture. It was soft like cotton instead of tea. But it melted in his mouth, turning into a cold stream of water that flowed down his throat into his stomach without any obstruction. He made the third cup of tea. It was called Jiang Isab. But halfway through, Shun Songsheng's tears flowed down. He failed to make the tea. I am ashamed. I am ashamed. Shun Songsheng quickly wiped his tears and apologized. Lu Wei-yin had benefited from Shun Shang's treatment and Shun clan's hospitality. He knew that the highlight of the show was coming. He asked, Shun clan's first supreme elder, why are you crying? Shun Songsheng said, thank you for your concern. I am so ashamed that I am shedding tears. My Shun clan has been established for 1,000 years. Who would have thought that in my generation, I, Shun Songsheng, am incapable and immoral, causing my Shun clan to be on the verge of destruction? This great red sandalwood myriad sparrow island, Shun clan has millions of people. They are all going to turn into illusions. Shin Shang heaved a long sigh. Lu Wei-yin said, are you worried about Fang Yuan? That's right. Not long ago, I received news that this Lord Demon Venerable has returned to Eastern Sea. He is on a mortal island, 5 restriction, profound light. Qi covers the surrounding 10,000 li. I am worried and fearful. Shun clan is worried and fearful. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is even more worried and fearful. Shun Songsheng said this as tears flowed down his face again. P.S. Thank you to the old alliance leader, Hysterical Elegance, for your generous rewards. Thank you for your support. Congratulations to Third Langya for becoming the new alliance leader. Chapter 2243. The dignified Shen family's first supreme elder really had tears streaming down his face at this moment. Of course, Shun Songsheng's fear of Fang Yuan was part of it, but more than that, he had other plans. Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced it together. This news could not be fake. Fang Yuan became Heaven-refining demon venerable, while Qi ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. The whole world knew about this. Previously, Eastern Sea's righteous path had always supported Qi ancestor. They created the Righteous Qi Alliance to resist Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. It turned out that the leader of both sides was Fang Yuan. It could be said that all of the super clans of Eastern Sea's righteous path were toyed with by Fang Yuan. After Shun Songsheng learned of this, he felt ashamed and angry, but soon he felt fear and unease. Shun clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It had a lot of assets and controlled 7 seas. How could they face Fang Yuan? Previously, when Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable, Eastern Sea's superforces disregarded the past and worked together to elect Qi ancestor, barely stabilizing the situation. But now that Fang Yuan became a pseudo-venerable, Shun clan and the other superforces could not escape. Because their foundation was in Eastern Sea, they could not move. Even if they moved, where would they go? Firstly, they could not go to southern border or western desert because they did not have venerables protecting them. If Fang Yuan was unhappy and pursued the matter, they would be doomed. Next, Central Continent and Northern Plains had venerables as leaders. They could resist Fang Yuan. But there were many super forces there. How could there be room for outsiders like Shin clan to develop? If they were oppressed by Fang Yuan in Eastern Sea, would they not be oppressed by Star Constellation, Immortal, Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal in Central Continent and Northern Plains? The 5 regions' chaotic war was inevitable. If Shin clan sided with other venerables, they would be used as cannon fodder when the war erupted. Thus, Shun Songsheng gathered the clan's Gu immortal elites and discussed for a long time. They felt that pledging allegiance to Fang Yuan was the best choice now. Although it was a little shameful, Fang Yuan had become a demon lord after all. Anyone would understand. After Shun Songsheng made up his mind to rely on Fang Yuan, he thought about it further. Since he was going to rely on Fang Yuan, The Shun family would be the first to do it, and it would definitely be more beneficial. If Shun clan took the initiative to link up with pseudo-venerables like Lu Wei-yin and instigate other Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces to side with Fang Yuan, they would definitely leave a good impression on Fang Yuan. Shun Songsheng secretly reported this plan to Shun Shang. Shun Shang thought about it for a long time and felt that it was feasible, and it was best to convince Lu Wei-yin first. Shun Shang felt that there was a high chance of convincing Lu Wei-yin. Even though he rarely met Lu Wei-yin, they had a deep relationship. Shun Shang had received pointers from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, while Lu Wei-yin was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true inheritor in southern border. According to the relationship between sects in Zhongzhou State, the two of them could be regarded as fellow disciples. Furthermore, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Lu Wei-yin and Shun Shang had been fighting side by side and did not have any dirty thoughts. This time, Shun Shang took the initiative to use human path methods to heal Lu Wei-yin's injuries. If he relied on Lu Wei-yin's earth path methods alone, it would take a long time. At once, Shun Songsheng cried, while Shun Shang sat at the side and drank tea, waiting for Lu Wei-yin's reaction. Lu Wei-yin sighed internally. He had already understood. Shun Shang and Fang Yuan's relationship was unclear during the Fate War. They had worked together to resist the Celestial Court. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Shun Shang left Divine Emperor City and immediately fought against the Celestial Court because of Fang Yuan's words. Then what about Lu Wei-yin? Where should he go from here? Lu Wei-yin had actually considered this problem for a long time. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the situation of the world changed again. 3 venerables faced off, and there was still the possibility of other venerables reviving. Everything needed to be reconsidered. As a pseudo-venerable, Lu Wei-yin was clear of his position. Fighting against a venerable was courting death. But under certain circumstances, pseudo-venerables could still influence the outcome of a fight between venerables. Just look at the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal fell into a deadlock, they recruited Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. These people were the best bargaining chips to tilt the scales of victory. In Crazed Demon Cave, even when the 3 venerables stopped fighting, Fang Yuan and the rest did not deal with Lu Wei-yin and the rest, other than the fact that the 3 venerables were not in good condition and were wary of each other. They could not take the risk. If they could not kill these pseudo-venerables, they would be forced to join other venerables instead. Thus, Lu Wei-yin and the rest returned safely. Lu Wei-yin pondered. If Lord Paradise Earth was still alive, I would definitely follow Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. During the pursuit battle, I helped Fang Yuan ambush Spectral Soul because I wanted to borrow Fang Yuan's strength to revive Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But now, Lord Paradise Earth was actually killed by Fang Yuan. Lu Wei-yin gritted his teeth. He had an indignant expression. If Paradise Earth was killed by either Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Lu Wei-yin would feel slightly better. But the truth was that Fang Yuan killed Paradise Earth. And the reason why Fang Yuan was able to escape from Spectral Soul was because of Lu Wei-yin's desperate ambush. Shun Shang observed his expression. He knew that Lu Wei-yin could not calm down. He could understand Lu Wei-yin's conflicted emotions. Shun Shang did not speak. He had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's favor. It was not appropriate for him to speak now. Shun Songsheng, however, did not have this concern. He urged, "In my opinion, Lord Lu Wei-yin, there is no need to be too conflicted. Back then, you helped Fang Yuan. It was mostly because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's final orders." After pausing for a moment, Shun Songsheng continued. Furthermore, even though Fang Yuan took Lord Paradise Earth's life, that was only the final blow. But that was only the final attack. the main culprits were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Lu Wei-yin sighed to the sky. He had no choice but to nod and say, "That makes sense." He smiled bitterly. The situation has changed. The world has turned upside down without Lord Paradise Earth. Lu Wei-yin, would only be a fugitive. Right now, even though the Mushroom Man blessed land is still around, the Mushroom Men have already entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They are Fang Yuan's hostages. I am in a dilemma. I cannot calm my emotions. Shenshang, we have a deep friendship from battle. I wonder if you have any ideas. What can you teach me? I will definitely listen. Shenshang coughed. I will not hide it from you. I am probably going to join Lord Heaven, refining Demon Venerable. In fact, back when we were in the Blue Dragon Whale, we already had an agreement with Lord Fang Yuan. Afterwards, we cooperated and went through the Fate War, as well as the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. We cooperated several times. Lord Fang Yuan did not mistreat my Shen clan. Of course, to say that Fang Yuan was trustworthy, that was pure nonsense. He was a demon venerable after all. It is just that Shen clan's foundation is here. The future is uncertain if we move. After thinking about it, I can only do this. Gu Immortals could not cultivate without resources. Shun clan was a huge clan with many Gu Immortals. They needed a huge amount of resources to maintain their own cultivation. They also needed to nurture new Gu Immortal seeds. Of course, every Gu Immortal had their own immortal aperture, but it was hard to be self-sufficient just by relying on the resources in the immortal aperture. If they could do this, Jewel Yellow Skies would not be so prosperous. The sovereign immortal aperture could be self-sufficient, but it was unique. Even though it could be refined again, it involved many immortal materials, the 10 extreme physiques needed to be prepared, and the Gu refinement process also required tribulations. The investment and risk were too great. Hearing Shenshang's words, Lu Wei-yin nodded with a heavy expression. Brother Shen has helped me a lot. Since you have decided, Lu Wei-yin, will follow you this time. Shenshang and Shen Songsheng looked at each other, muttering internally, "Sly old fox." Lu Wei-yin said this because he wanted to use his decision to repay Shenshang's favor for healing him. Sure enough, a pseudo-venerable like Lu Wei-yin was a genius among geniuses. He could not be deceived under normal circumstances. Shenshang coughed. It is for the best that Lu Wei-yin has made this decision. In the future, we will be able to take care of each other. Shen Songsheng quickly went along with this suggestion. He suggested using Shenshang and Lu Wei-yin, with Shen clan as the leader and the other Eastern Sea superforces, to join Fang Yuan. Lu Wei-yin had already expected this. He nodded and agreed to it on the spot. Shen Songsheng made 6-sound tea again. After tasting the tea, Shenshang brought the satisfied Lu Wei-yin into the stone room to continue healing his injuries. Lu Wei-yin and Shenshang's injuries were severe. A single treatment was definitely not enough. Even if Shenshang used human path methods, he would need some time to get rid of the venerable Dao marks on his injuries. Early in the morning of the second day, Shen Songsheng set off to visit the other super clans. His plan was progressing quite smoothly. Originally, these super forces were all based in Eastern Sea, but when they heard that Shenshang and Lu Wei-yin were going to join Fang Yuan, they all heard about it. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had already died in Crazed Demon Cave. There were only 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts left in the world. Among these 3, Shenshang and Lu Wei-yin were going to join Fang Yuan, while the remaining Qi-Si ancestor was the righteous Qi Alliance leader, Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone. This example was too powerful. Eastern Sea's other super clans quickly followed suit. Of course, not everyone wanted to join Fang Yuan. Xia Xian, Xia Jia, and several other Gu immortals had already decided to leave Eastern Sea and defect to the righteous Qi alliance the moment the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven made the announcement. These Xia clan Gu immortals were truly pitiful. Their foundation was first annexed by the variant human alliance. They then joined Qi Si Ancestor, wanting to recover their lost territory. However, Qi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan put on a show and killed Xia Ruiji and the other Xia clan Gu immortals. This demon Fang Yuan killed my clansmen and annexed my foundation. This enmity is irreconcilable. Eastern Sea, I will return one day. Let's go. If we don't, Zui Xianwen will come to patrol. Hee, don't worry. For today's escape, I found some rare wine for Zui Xianwen. According to his nature, he will be dead drunk by now. Xia clan's Gu immortals conversed as they flew close to the surface of the sea, leaving Eastern Sea and entering Central Continent. Zui Xianwen watched them from afar until he could no longer see them. This elderly Gu immortal sighed deeply. He had a worried expression. He was already regretting it. He should not have agreed to Qin Dingling's request back then. Right now, he was hiding in the righteous Qi alliance with the identity of an insider of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had secretly given him instructions a day ago. It was to let these Xia clan Gu immortals go. I did it this time. The mission was easy, but what about next time? Zui Xianwen thought about how Fang Yuan had venerable cultivation level. All the wine lost its taste. How did he become a venerable all of a sudden? Chapter 2244. Venomous person of venomous worms, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2245. A thin bamboo skewer with 5 cicadas on it was being roasted over the fire. The bamboo stick was not ordinary. The fire was also not ordinary. And these 5 cicadas were all rank 5 fire path Gu worms called purple smoke cicadas. Once it was instilled with quintessential essence, it would emit thick purple smoke that would cover the entire world. If it was in the mortal world, every purple smoke cicada would cause Gu masters to fight over it, but right now, they were only food. The person roasting the cicadas wore a white robe and had thick hair. Even though he was sitting on a folding stool, he still revealed his tall and thin figure. It was the Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu had a hobby that was famous in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He liked cooking Gu worms and would occasionally create such delicacies. Apart from enjoying the delicacies he made himself, he would also reward the members of the Centipede clan. Any Gu immortal who obtained such a reward would feel extremely honored. This was a sign that Heavenly Lord Baizu appreciated. Sometimes, Heavenly Lord Baizu would invite some Gu immortal friends as guests and personally cook for them. At this moment, Chu Du was sitting in front of Heavenly Lord Baizu. He was the only guest that the latter had invited. Chu Du kept chewing, and there was only one purple mist cicada left on the bamboo stick in his hand. Brother Chu, how's the taste? Heavenly Lord Baizu asked with a smile while roasting the cicadas. Chu Du laughed and said, "The taste is excellent." Who would have thought that after being roasted, the purple smoke cicada would actually have the deliciousness of chicken mixed with a hint of sweetness of taro? When you eat it, it's crunchy and crispy. One skewer is definitely not enough. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed. As everyone knows, I am an itinerant cultivator. A long time ago, I roamed northern plains without clothes to cover my body and food to fill my stomach. Once, I failed to capture a wild Gu worm and crushed it. Half a month of hard work went up in smoke. I can't bear to. He was angry and hateful. I cooked the Gu worm and ate it. The smell was terrible. I had diarrhea for 7 days and 7 nights, and almost died because of it. After this disaster, I've become even more ruthless. From then on, I swore that after I became rich, I would often eat goo to take revenge. Heavenly Lord Baizu's eyes were like clouds. Chu-Du was silent. Heavenly Lord Baizu had never said such words to him before, and it felt like he was opening his heart to him. Chu-Du knew that this was because he had exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, and was on equal footing with Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed and changed the topic. This roasted cicada is just a quirk of mine. They only wanted the delicacy on the tongue, but there were no practical benefits. Unlike the superpowers with deep foundations, most of these superpowers had famous teas and wines that had been passed down and improved over the generations. Among them, there are even some excellent products. I heard that eating and drinking them can increase your Dao marks. Chu-Du nodded as he analyzed the situation. Ever since the Battle of Etian Mountain, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has been very active. His food path methods are extraordinary. The Celestial Court was their enemy, and they once focused on studying the esophagus, which was quite fruitful. And when the Qi tide swept through the world, I heard that there were 5 to 6 food path inheritances exposed. Most of these inheritances were sold into jewel yellow skies. One person sold many copies, allowing more people to benefit. Because of all these, food path gradually spread. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded as he sighed. Fate is destroyed. The 5 regions are one. The 3 venerables rule the world. Chaotic war is about to happen. This was something that had never happened in the history of the human race. Food path originated from beast men. There were some that were hidden by some people, but in this great era, food path cannot be hidden anymore. I wonder how many food path experts will appear in the future. Food path is like this. Strength path will also not remain the same. Brother Chu, your ambition to revitalize strength path is almost impossible in normal times. But in such a great era, there's a lot that can be done. Chu-Du laughed heartily. When he fought with Fairy Black Moon earlier, he did not hesitate to get heavily injured to save He Lulan. Thus everyone could see his ambition. Chu-Du's eyes shined. It is still too early. Right now, there are less than 5 strength path experts in the 5 regions. Other than me and Fairy Black Moon, only Western Desert's Fong clan's first Supreme Elder is the most famous. To revitalize strength path, we need to attract more Gu Masters to cultivate strength path. I am powerless to change the environment, but I can create more strength path experts and trigger this trend. Heavenly Lord Baizu finally found a topic and interrupted. Brother Chu, you seem to have forgotten about a strength path expert. In his early years, he relied on strength path methods. But now, this person is high above us, looking down on us like a bird's eye view. Chu-Du was stunned before realizing that Heavenly Lord Baizu was talking about Guyue and Fang Yuan. Chu-Du knew Heavenly Lord Baizu's intention in mentioning Fang Yuan, so he cooperated and said with a solemn expression, Guyue, Fang Yuan was actually able to advance to Venerable. It was truly out of my expectations. Thinking back to the first time I met him, I felt that he was extraordinary and unfathomable. Later, I fought alongside him several times and found that this person has a persevering temperament and is both brave and intelligent. Anyone with such a temperament would not stay under others for long. But his identity is special. He is the person chosen by Providence for rebirth, and was the only person that many venerables placed their hopes on to destroy fate. His life's encounters and dangers are so strong that no one can compare to him in history. So, he was able to reach the final step and become one of the strongest in the world. After my initial shock, I analyzed it and felt that it was only natural. Heavenly Lord Baizu heard this and nodded repeatedly. That's right. Next, Heavenly Lord Baizu subconsciously lowered his voice and leaned forward, asking Chu-Du, I wonder if Brother Chu has contacted this heaven-refining demon Venerable recently? Chu Du did not answer directly, but asked, "Oh, Brother Baizu, you wanna—" Heavenly Lord Baizu spread his arms and smiled bitterly. In the current situation, Brother Chu, why ask when you already know the answer? You and I don't know each other without fighting. Even though we both established our own clans, we have always been ostracized in Northern Plains. If it was a normal era, you and I would both have rank 8 cultivation level, other than Central Continent. As long as we do not die in any of the other 4 regions, we would be able to establish ourselves. But now, we are in an unprecedented great era. Giant Sun Immortal has revived. He has a special title. People call him Protective Immortal Venerable. My Baizu tribe was able to establish our force because we annexed He Tribe's foundation, and He Tribe has the Huangjin bloodline. To speak the truth, Brother Chu, I have not been able to eat or sleep these last days. I am very worried. Chu Du quickly consoled. No matter how protective Giant Sun Immortal is, Brother Baizu has rank 8 cultivation level. Longevity Heaven has been unifying the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. If we kill you, we will lose everyone's support. If Giant Sun Immortal was the only one left in the world, our lives would be in danger. But now, with the 3 venerables, there is still hope and hope. Heavenly Lord Baizu still had a bitter expression. However, there are countless ways to deal with them. Brother Chu, ever since our tribes were established, we have been ostracized by the other Huangjin tribes. Haven't we learned enough of their methods? Giant Sun Immortal does not need to attack us. He only needs to push our tribes to the front lines in a chaotic battle and use us as cannon fodder. It is a simple matter. Chu Du heard this and nodded slightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu's words were exactly what he was worried about. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to contact Fang Yuan through Chu Du, but he did not want to join Fang Yuan immediately. After all, Fang Yuan was known as Heaven Refining Demon, venerable by Longevity Heaven and the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's nature was known to the world. Ruthlessness and ruthlessness were a part of it. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to leave a way out for himself in case he needed it in the future. His idea was also Chu Du's. To speak the truth, I have not contacted Fang Yuan for a long time. Chu Du sighed, speaking the truth. Chu Du continued, my relationship with Fang Yuan is known by almost everyone in the world. Oh, Giant Sun Immortal, if I contact Fang Yuan, the risk is too high. If it's exposed, it'll be an unexpected disaster. That was what he said. But Chu Du had already made up his mind. While the 3 venerables were resting, he would secretly contact Fang Yuan and create a way out for himself and Chu clan. The news of the 3 venerables coexisting shocked the world. After the shock, all the forces and Gu immortals started to think about their current situation. Almost at the same time, Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, who was mentioned by Chu Du as a strength path expert, was also discussing with the other clan's Gu immortals. In the study room, Fang clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong was sitting, speaking with a tone of lingering fear. To think that Fang Yuan actually became a demon, venerable. Thankfully, our clan did not reject Fang Yuan back then. We made a deal with him. Otherwise, if we offended this person, we might have been able to resist him back then. But now, we would have to face his revenge. Our clan would fall into a crisis of survival. At the side, Fang clan's 3rd Supreme Elder, rank 7 Gu Immortal Fang Huasheng, said, speaking of which, it is not a big deal that our Fang clan has been deceived by Fang Yuan for so long. After all, he is someone who can become a venerable. Fang Di Chang snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression. He had a deep grudge with Fang Yuan. Back then, he wanted to plot against Fang Yuan, but was killed by Fang Yuan. His soul was later released by Fang Yuan as a bargaining chip. Fang Yuan obtained a vast number of soul cores, Thieves' Den, and other items from Fong clan. Now that Fong Di-chang had a body again, even though he only had rank 5 cultivation level, he was already actively preparing for his immortal ascension. His cultivation level fell sharply, but his status did not change. After all, his adopted son Fong Yun was supporting his faction. He was still trusted and valued by Fong clan. Even though Fong Di-chang's wisdom path methods were very weak, he still had the big picture. He sneered, analyzing, "Don't look at how Fong Yuan has already become a demon venerable. The current situation is unprecedented. 3 venerables coexisting in the world. This has never happened before in history. And among these 3 venerables, there is a subtle difference. Look, the celestial court exposed that giant sun, immortal created and cultivated blood path, and also claimed that Fong Yuan is heaven refining demon venerable. He is the strongest. Longevity heaven refuted the celestial court, saying that giant sun, immortal cultivated blood path, it was a benevolent act to benefit the world. At the same time, they criticized Fong Yuan as a demon venerable. Among the 3 parties, only Fong Yuan did not say anything. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he has been resting in Eastern Sea. From this, it can be seen that Fong Yuan is still the weakest among the 3 venerables. In the future, there will be a great battle between the 3 venerables. It is not that I have no hope of revenge, and my Fong clan is located in the depths of Western Desert. It is an excellent location. In the future, when the 5 regions fight, the border forces will definitely be in chaos. My Fong clan only needs to keep a low profile and quietly develop. If there is a winner among the 3 venerables, we will join them. If all the venerables die, our Fong clan will have no hope of becoming the overlord of Western Desert." Fong Gong and Fong Hua Sheng heard this analysis and nodded slightly. Chapter 2246. Finally, Fong Di-chang emphasized, "Looking at the 5 regions, Northern Plains, Central Continent, and Eastern Sea all have venerable leaders. Southern Border also has a righteous path alliance. Only our Western Desert is still divided. We are in a state of disunity. It can be said that our Western Desert is the weakest among the 5 regions. In this situation, we cannot take the initiative to set an example. If other forces try to recruit us, we will secretly join them and prioritize our clan's benefits. Earlier, our Fong clan was attacked because we obtained Divine Emperor City. We cannot make such a mistake again. It would be too foolish to become everyone's target." Fong Gong and Fong Hua Sheng nodded again. Even though Fong Di-chang's cultivation level was low, he still had his vision. Southern Border, Heavenly Blue Mountain, Luo clan's headquarters. In the main hall, almost all of Luo clan's Gu immortals were gathered. Those who did not come personally had sent their wills to participate. Luo clan's first supreme elder Luo Zhu only had rank 7 cultivation level. He looked around and said, "With the reign of 3 venerables, a chaotic war is about to break out. What should Luo clan do? If you have any ideas, please speak them out." Luo clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Soon, one of them spoke. This person cultivated Space Path. He was Luo clan's General Luo Ran. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was even stronger than first Supreme Elder Luo Zhu. Luo Ran spoke. "Everyone, the news of the reign of 3 venerables is shocking. I have thought about it for a long time. If I were any one of the 3 venerables, I would first annex Southern Border and Western Desert. After all, we have to pick on the weak. If the 3 venerables start a war, it would not be good for Eastern Sea, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. The wisest decision would be to strengthen ourselves and annex more territories and resources before fighting with the venerables. Our Luo clan is at the northern end of Southern Border, closest to Central Continent. If Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable attacks Southern Border, our Luo clan will be the first to bear the brunt. Luo clan's immortals nodded with cold expressions. Ever since the 5 regional walls disappeared, their pressure had been increasing day by day. At the same time, he was also secretly thinking about the way out for himself and the Luo family. Luo Ran continued. With 3 venerables coexisting, unless a venerable appears in southern border, even if all the southern border Gu immortals unite and work closely together, we are not the match of any one of the 3 venerables. The other superpowers located in the hinterlands might still have room to wait for the right price. Our Luo family is located at the border of the southern border and the central continent. I'm afraid that once there's a conflict, we'll have to make the first choice. The moment he said that, the Luo family immortals all became slightly restless. One of them stood up and said, angrily, Luo Zhu, are you saying that our Luo clan will surrender without a fight? Do you not care about our Luo family's reputation of being upright for generations? Have you abandoned our Luo family's honor of upholding justice? Everyone looked at her. The one who had questioned her was Luo Fei. Next, many Luo clan Gu immortals agreed with Luo Fei. When our Luo clan was glorious, we were close to the Wu clan's position. How could you do such a cowardly thing? Yes, it's true that venerable ones are invincible, but in the current era, there are 3 venerable ones in this world, so it's not impossible for other venerable ones to revive. The future is full of possibilities. We cannot give up now. In my opinion, none of the 3 venerables are worthy of our clan joining them. Celestial Court is a sect system. If our Luo clan joins them, we will have to change the system. Giant Sun Immortal is a protective immortal venerable. Northern Plains by Zhu tribe and Chu tribe have been ostracized by the Huangjin bloodline. And Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has many old grudges with our clan. If we lower our heads to him, even I will look down on myself. Seeing everyone's anger, Luo Ran quickly waved his hand. Everyone, I did not consider this thoroughly. Luo Fei stared with wide eyes. Lord Luo Ran, you are the #1 expert of our Luo clan. If even you have such thoughts, then it's too disappointing. Luo Ren showed an ashamed expression. I was wrong. Luo Fei continued. From what I see, the situation is not very dangerous. The 3 venerables are wary of each other and restraining each other. They will not attack so easily. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Demon Immortal Qiju, Xiao Hejian, and the rest have already died. Fang Yuan's subordinates suffered great losses. Even he is still recuperating. Eastern Sea has not been evaluated yet. He does not have the strength to invade other regions. Furthermore, even though Southern Border does not have a venerable, we have the Southern Alliance and the alliance leader, Lord Wu Yong. During the Fate War, Lord Wu Yong led our Southern Border righteous path. He has never disappointed us. Why can't we have some expectations for him, for ourselves? After saying this, Luo Fei sat down. But many Luo clan Gu immortals nodded. They felt this was reasonable. Luo clan had a good impression of Wu clan, because back then, when Luo clan explored Qiju Grotto Heaven and was pursued, they asked Wu clan for help to preserve their clan's strength. 15 minutes later, Luo Zhu announced the end of the meeting. Only Luo Ran stayed behind for a secret discussion. This time, it was hard on you. Luo Zhu said apologetically. Luo Ran shook his head. Submitting to Central Continent was my original intention. But after today's probing, Luo clan does not want to lower their heads easily. They feel they are submitting. On the other hand, that information path Immortal Gu is only Crane Gate's intention. Even if our Luo clan decides to join Central Continent, we need to at least get in touch with Celestial Court, right? Luo Zhu sighed. Our Luo clan has always been a righteous clan. I am lacking in virtue. I am deeply worried about our clan's safety. But you are right. The time is not ripe yet. We should continue to maintain contact with Crane Gate secretly. Central continent, Crane Gate, lush green trees, a cool breeze brushed past. In a pavilion at the waist of the mountain, a young Gu immortal was playing a jade flute. The sound of the flute was melodious. An immortal crane was flying in the sky. The young Gu immortal wore a snow-white robe. He was gentle like jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, reaching his waist. It was He Fengyang who cultivated enslavement path. He was called Winged Crane Flying Immortal. I succeeded in my tribulation this time and advanced to rank 7. To think that the moment I came out, I would hear news of 3 venerables in the same era. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal revive, there is also a newly advanced Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Guyue Fangyuan, He Fengyang had complex emotions. Back then, he was the one who instructed Master Tenchiru to go to southern borders Guyue village to deal with Fangyuan and obtain her immortal blessed land. If I had hardened my heart back then and made a move personally, would I have been able to kill Fangyuan directly? This thought appeared in He Fengyang's mind. But soon, He Fengyang shook his head. There was a high chance that he would fail, because behind Fangyuan there was the entanglement of Providence and the other venerables. But even if there was a possibility of getting rid of Fangyuan, what was the point of saying this now? Fangyuan was already a demon venerable, and He Fengyang had just advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. He Fengyang felt a lot of disappointment and envy in his heart. He had cultivated bitterly for so many years, but he could only watch as Fangyuan rose from a mortal to a venerable in the end. He had left him far behind. He could not even see Fangyuan's back. But as he listened to the flute music, He Fengyang's emotions gradually calmed down. Everyone has their own fate. Fangyuan was able to have his current accomplishments, other than fortuitous encounters. He also had his wits and risked his life. He saw through the chaotic situation many times, but he still died many times. And I am not without hope. During peaceful times, enslavement path is a waste of the sect's resources. But the 5 regions' chaotic war is about to start, and I cultivate enslavement path. The sect will definitely place more importance on me. I will receive more resources and care. Furthermore, I acted on my own and secretly used Crane Gate's name to send an information path Immortal Gu to southern borders Luo clan to recruit them. Luo clan's first supreme elder did not immediately destroy the information path Immortal Gu. This is already a clear indication of his attitude. If this succeeds, it will be a huge merit. The sect contribution points will be very high. At that time, I will exchange for the Celestial Court's immortal pill for you to become an ancient desolate beast. He Fengyang looked at the 9-palace crane flying in front of him and smiled. This 9-palace crane was a desolate beast. It had a close relationship with He Fengyang. It had once been affected by the time path Immortal Gu turned back from an adult to a youth, then to a child. He Fengyang actively healed it. He paid a huge price and finally restored it to its original state. Eastern Sea. 5-colored smoke surged and shrunk, eventually entering Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the nameless island. There was nothing in front of him. There was no longer any smoke. Next, he saw a large group of Gu immortals walking over. When they were 1,000 steps away from him, they landed on the sea surface and kowtowed to him, submitting to him. These people were Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu immortals. The first supreme elders of the various clans were here. Among them, pseudo-venerable Xinshang and Lu Wei-yin were the leaders. Fang Yuan was slightly dazed before understanding. He laughed heartily. A wise man submits to circumstances. Everyone, stand up. From today onwards, I will treat you and my subordinates equally. The immortals immediately showed expressions of gratitude. They said in unison, "We pay respects to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. We are willing to give our all to Lord Demon Venerable. But Fong Yuan shook his head. Let me announce it to the world. At the same time, he communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and announced, What heaven-refining demon, Venerable? I don't accept this title. Shen Shang and the rest were stunned. I am not of the demonic path. I am of the righteous path. Everything I did before was for the welfare of the people of the world. I disregarded my own life and went through countless dangers to destroy fate, to give the people of the world complete freedom. However, I was suppressed by the rotten forces like the Celestial Court. They tried to obstruct me. I am good friends with Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he entrusted me to imitate Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable. After becoming venerable, I will devote my life to the harmony of the 5 regions. Everyone, do not listen to the rumors. Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable was not killed by me. Star Constellation and Giant Sun worked together to kill him. Fong Yuan said righteously. Shun Shang and Lu Wei-yin could only look at him in a daze. The other leaders of Eastern Sea's righteous path also felt like they had heard wrongly. Fong Yuan's voice became louder. Everyone remember this. I, Guyue Fong Yuan, am great love, immortal venerable. From today onwards, I will create the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It will benefit the world and bring harmony to the 5 regions. This news spread rapidly in Jewel Yellow Skies. All the Gu immortals in the world knew about it, be it Chu Du, who was grilling skewers with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, the 3 leaders of Fong Clan who were discussing in private the Luo Clan immortals, or He Fong Yang. They all received this shocking information. But Fong Yuan did not stop. He continued. He directly threw out a list in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were a vast number of Gu worms in the list. As long as the Gu masters and Gu immortals paid the appropriate price, Fong Yuan would refine Gu worms for them. No matter the size of the mortal Gu, or even rank 8 immortal Gu, he could refine them. The 5 regions were in an uproar. This is the promise of I, Guyue Fong Yuan, a refinement path venerable. Gu worms are the core and foundation of our Gu cultivation. But they have always been too few, especially immortal Gu. Because of this, the first thing I, Guyue Fong Yuan, will do to benefit the world is to refine immortal Gu for everyone in the world. No matter what grudges we had in the past, no matter if we were enemies or friends, I will disregard the past and refine Gu for everyone equally. This will prove my love for everyone. I know your worries, but the truth is I have already transacted with many forces and Gu immortals. I have refined many immortal Gu for them. For example, Western Desert's Fong Clan, I have transacted with them many times. These are all evidence. In Western Desert, Fong Gong, Fong Di Chong, and Fong Hua Sheng stared with wide-opened eyes. Fong Di Chong, who had just emphasized keeping a low profile and not becoming the target of everyone, had a pale expression. For example, Southern Borders Wu Clan, I have refined more than 1 rank 8 immortal Gu for Wu Yong. The evidence is all here. Wu Yong, Luo Clan. Luo Fei held her head. Her heart felt like it was breaking. Why? Lord Wu Yong, you are actually secretly working with Fong Yuan. Why? For example, Northern Plains by Zhu Clan, I have many intentions to cooperate with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. We have been in frequent contact. Fong Yuan continued to declare. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was like a statue. The bamboo skewer in his hand was already burning. Chu Du looked at him as if saying, Brother, what's wrong with you? Since you are already secretly communicating with Fong Yuan, why did you use my channel to contact Fong Yuan earlier? Fong Yuan continued, not just Northern Plains, even Central Continent has it. For example, He Fengyang of Crane Gate. I have interacted with him in my early years. We can be said to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Slander. This is pure slander. Feng Yang was so angry that he threw the jade flute in his hand on the ground, his body trembling. Finally, Feng Yuan said, "Whether you believe it or not, it is up to you. There is a risk, but what if it is true? Why don't you give it a try? Everyone, please have some trust in me. A long time ago, many people misunderstood me. So, please let me prove to everyone in the world that I am great love, immortal, venerable." Feng Yuan finished his declaration. On the surface of the sea, winds were blowing. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals who were kneeling on the ground looked up at Feng Yuan with dazed expressions. Looking at them, Feng Yuan smiled warmly. "Everyone, get up. You have all joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. You will receive even more benefits. I promise." P.S. When the update was about to start, I made some urgent adjustments. So, I updated it late. This chapter is 4,000 words long. Combining this chapter with the previous one, the effect is even better. Chapter 2247. Li Xiao followed several information path Gu immortals as they carefully concealed themselves. Xiao, by black and white heavens are fusing together now. There are intense fluctuations, and the environment is dangerous. When the dog group comes, watch and don't move. Understand? The leading rank 7 information path, Gu immortal, instructed. Li Xiao quickly nodded. "Yes, I will listen to seniors." He was very obedient. He did not have the arrogance of a great scholar. This made the information path Gu immortals present have a good impression of him. Li Xiao had advanced to rank 6 long ago. He was an information path Gu immortal, and because of his aptitude, he was the most favored Gu immortal junior in profound literature grotto heaven. These information path Gu immortals came from profound literature grotto heaven. They were at least rank 2 officials in the imperial court. Profound literature grotto heaven had a special system. Gu immortals gradually entered the imperial court. Most of them held important positions in the court. After Li Xiao became a Gu immortal, he would also work in the imperial court in the future. The only exception was old immortal Hua Yu. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He stayed behind the scenes and controlled the situation. "They're here." A moment later, the investigating Gu immortal spoke. The immortals quickly used several more killer moves to conceal themselves even deeper. Soon, Li Xiao saw a large group of remnant heavenly dogs. They stepped on the void and charged over. These were ancient desolate beasts of space path. They ate space path Gu worms as food. There are a total of 368 remnant heavenly dogs and 4 heaven-swallowing dogs. Li Xiao cultivated information path. He was most skilled at gathering information. He immediately understood the size of the dog group. Remnant heavenly dogs were ancient desolate beasts. After growing to a certain stage, they could become heaven-swallowing dogs. Heaven-swallowing dogs were immemorial desolate beasts. They ate 9 heavens fragments, blessed lands, and grotto heavens as food. They had always been a huge threat to the 2 heavens grotto heaven. As the dog group got closer, the Gu immortals in profound literature grotto heaven started to cooperate and use killer moves. This information path killer move spread out soundlessly and quickly. At first, there were no changes in the dog group, but after a dozen breaths of time, 3 of the heaven-swallowing dogs stopped moving. They bared their teeth and looked in the same direction, showing vigilance. The remaining heaven-swallowing dog also slowed down. The 4 heaven-swallowing dogs barked at each other. 3 of them brought most of the remnant heavenly dogs and changed their route, moving in another direction. The last heaven-swallowing hound led the other 20-odd remnant heavenly hounds back to their original path. Profound literature grotto heavens Gu immortals had been hiding themselves. Only when these dogs were out of sight did they reveal themselves and let out sighs of relief. "All right, it's done." Most of the hounds have been misled by us into thinking that there's plenty of food in that direction. They're actually a bunch of soul beasts. Ha! Those soul beasts were also planted with information path methods. After the dogs charge over, they will mistakenly think that the soul beasts are hiding immortal apertures. Let them kill each other. The remaining heaven-swallowing hound was not bewitched. It is likely that it has a wild immortal goo. But with this scale, Sir Hua, you can handle it. Little White, did you see that? In the future, when your cultivation level rises to rank 7, you will need to complete these missions frequently. Our profound literature paradise cannot move at all. It looks like it has shrunk to a point and is entrusted to the void, but there are still many dangers that need to be resolved in advance. Li Xiaobai quickly replied, I will definitely work harder. This group of Gu immortals immediately moved, following the path of that heaven-swallowing hound. This heaven-swallowing hound was leading some remnant heavenly hounds, but they were ambushed along the way. They were surrounded by old immortal Hua, used battlefield killer move. After a huge battle, the heaven-swallowing hound died. There was indeed a wild immortal Gu, but it was destroyed in the battle. A few remnant heavenly hounds escaped. They escaped through the cracks of the battlefield killer move. They cultivated space path, after all. They had the ability to escape. But soon, they ran into Li Xiaobai's group. After a few rounds of killer moves, these remnant heavenly hounds turned into minced corpses. Li Xiaobai also made a move. He expended some immortal essence, but it did not have much effect. But he showed an excited and unsatisfied expression. The other information path Gu immortals saw this. It deepened their impression of him as a cute junior. Old immortal Hua, you stopped the battlefield killer move. The immortals quickly greeted him. Old immortal Hua, you nodded. He looked at the crowd and smiled at Li Xiaobai. He was also very appreciative of this young junior. In his heart, Li Xiaobai had a good background. He was the most outstanding Gu immortal that appeared in the Grotto Heaven in the last 100 years. He represented the future of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Sigh, to think that Qi Si ancestor is heaven refining demon Venerable Feng Yuan's clone. Feng Yuan is crafty and sinister. I was deceived by him. If not for celestial court and longevity heaven exposing the truth, I might have been used by him. What great love, immortal venerable. This can only deceive ghosts, right? Sigh, outsiders cannot be trusted. Only these Gu immortals in front of me are trustworthy. Qi Si ancestor had once personally helped profound literature Grotto Heaven. Thus, old immortal Hua, you had always respected Qi Si ancestor. After joining the Righteous Qi Alliance, he had always followed Qi Si ancestor's lead. But now that Qi Si ancestor's identity was exposed, old immortal Hua, whose previous respect for Qi Si ancestor was replaced by his anger and humiliation. Old immortal Hua, you felt uneasy, but his expression was calm as he took charge of the situation. He ordered a portion of Gu immortals to clean up the battlefield and remove the traces, while sending a portion of Gu immortals to investigate the surroundings. They were all information path Gu immortals. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield, leaving no obvious clues behind. Other investigative Gu immortals also brought back information. The heavenly wind chi wall between the immemorial two heavens has mostly dissipated. The fusion of the two heavens has become even more intense. Not only are the beast groups of the two heavens fighting each other, the original Tao marks of the two heavens are also changing intensely. Some are in conflict with each other. Some are tangled together. They are hard to separate. Actually, the heavenly wind chi wall had started to dissipate long ago. Now that the 5 regional walls were gone, chi tides were sweeping the world. The fusion of the two heavens was also at its most intense. This caused intense turbulence. The Grotto Heavens in the two heavens were facing endless trouble. The dog group earlier was a huge threat to profound literature Grotto Heaven. Fortunately, they were dealt with in advance. What made old immortal Hua Yu and the other information path Gu immortals worried was not just the current problem, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions and two heavens. Feng Yuan came out of seclusion, publicizing himself as Great Love, Immortal Venerable, and creating the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Lu Wei-yin and Xinshang, the two pseudo-venerables, immediately led the Eastern Sea Righteous Path superclans to pledge their loyalty to Feng Yuan. Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance and Variant Human Alliance joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest were in an awkward situation. Speaking of which, they and Granny Skeleton were also members of the Righteous Qi Alliance. But all along, their foundation was in the two heavens. Thus, they were ostracized by the Eastern Sea superforces. Originally, this was nothing. Old Immortal Hua Yu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest only needed to cling onto Qi Si Ancestor. But now, Qi Si Ancestor's identity was exposed. He was actually the clone of their greatest enemy, Feng Yuan. The person they had been clinging onto was Feng Yuan. Old Immortal Hua Yu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest were stunned. And the changes in the two heavens caused them to be exhausted from dealing with them. Right at this time, Feng Yuan declared himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable. This declaration shook the world. The Gu immortal world of the five regions was in an uproar. Gu Yue Feng Yuan had been ruthless ever since he started cultivating. He slaughtered countless people. He was definitely a demonic path member. How could he cleanse himself with just a few words? If cleansing oneself was so easy, what was the use of the world's righteous path? Old Immortal Hua Yu scoffed inwardly, but he felt very refreshed. Feng Yuan's declaration was simply a joke, but with the support of a demon venerable's cultivation level, who dared to laugh. Did they not see that Eastern Sea's righteous path was the first to lower their heads? Even if Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court mocked and ridiculed him, what could they do to Feng Yuan? We can't delay any longer. Feng Yuan has already taken in Eastern Sea's righteous path. Our two heavens forces cannot wait any longer. But should we join Feng Yuan, the Celestial Court, or Longevity Heaven? Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was not above Central Continent or Northern Plains. This was the reason why Old Immortal Hua Yu joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. Joining Feng Yuan now was naturally the most convenient. But if that happened, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven would definitely be lost. Why? Everyone knew that Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The grotto heavens of the two heavens were his targets for annexing apertures. Since they could not protect their homeland and were destined to be abandoned, why must they join Feng Yuan? Honestly speaking, Old Immortal Hua Yu was very disgusted with demons like Feng Yuan. Old Immortal Hua Yu's thoughts became active. His options had widened. But how to choose was a problem. Longevity Heaven. At the center was Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was divided into four directions, forming the four desolations. The surroundings of the four desolations were divided into 8 regions, the 8 extremities. The sky of the four desolations was covered in golden light. In the sky of the 8 extremities, there was a green halo. It had been some time since Giant Sun Immortal returned to Longevity Heaven. Whoosh. There was a soft sound. The final star path Tao marks on Giant Sun Immortal's body turned into a spark and vanished. My injuries are completely healed. Giant Sun Immortal let out a breath of air. Next, I need to refine the luck path Tao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens to recover my Tao Lord might. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not displayed their full strength as venerables because there were no natural Tao marks in the void for them to refine. If there were, a venerable's every move would be amplified and strengthened by natural Tao marks. They would become very terrifying. This was like spectral soul demon, venerable, who had the help of a vast number of soul path Tao marks in the door of life and death. But strictly speaking, spectral soul demon, Venerable was not a true Tao Lord. After all, his mind was not clear. Giant Sun Immortal had already refined all the luck path Tao marks of the 5 regions when he was alive. But after his death, these luck path Tao marks were gradually controlled by the heavenly Tao. Now, he needed to refine them again before he could use them. Literature Hall. Chapter 2248. The luck path Tao marks in longevity heaven were Giant Sun Immortal's immortal aperture to begin with. They were not corroded by providence because they did not devour the 9 heavens fragments. As long as he fought in longevity heaven, Giant Sun Immortal's current strength was even stronger than spectral soul demon Venerable in crazed demon cave. Giant Sun Immortal's own luck path Tao marks could not compare to spectral soul demon Venerable. But with the vast Tao marks in longevity heaven, it surpassed spectral soul demon Venerable's main body. And most importantly, Giant Sun Immortal's mind was clear. It is a pity that I cannot fuse this original immortal aperture into my body now. Giant Sun Immortal had methods to move his immortal aperture. Once he fused with longevity heaven, Giant Sun Immortal's strength would rise sharply. The number of luck path Tao marks in his body would greatly surpass Feng Yuan's limit. By then, he would have no worries in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. After all, longevity heaven was the peak cultivation achievement of Giant Sun Immortal's first life. It was the foundation of Giant Sun Immortal's 3 chaotic disasters. And Feng Yuan had only broken through the heaven Tao restraints. Once, the chaos that he fought in crazed demon cave was only a small chaotic disaster. But now, for Giant Sun Immortal, it was not time to absorb longevity heaven yet, because he cultivated blood path in this life. Giant Sun Immortal used blood path as his primary path and luck path as his secondary path. He planned to cultivate both paths. Since he had planned for so long, he naturally had the best blood path dual cultivation method. But his body was not the sovereign immortal body, no matter how he cultivated. The Tao marks would conflict with each other. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal had only started cultivating blood path not long ago. He had many luck path Tao marks, but few blood path Tao marks. The difference between them was already at its limit. If he recklessly merged with longevity heaven, the number of luck path Tao marks would increase exponentially. It would suppress the blood path and destroy Giant Sun Immortal's dual cultivation plan. Although I can't retrieve the longevity heaven for the time being, I have a great advantage in refining natural Taoist marks, and that is my celestial core power. The Giant Sun Immortal had the most celestial core power among the 3 of them. Currently, there were more than 1,000 yellow apricot immortal energy beads. Most of them were left behind in the longevity heaven from his first life. At that time, he had saved a lot of it, but after that, a lot of it was consumed intermittently. In addition, ever since the fall of the Giant Sun, immortal longevity heaven could no longer produce immortal essence. So in the end, the immortal essence reserve was less than 10%. But this number is definitely the most. Regarding this, the Giant Sun Immortal was very confident because he knew that heaven refining demon Venerable Feng Yuan had just advanced. He had 0 rank 9 immortal essence reserves. As for rank 8 immortal essence, even though he had it, it was definitely scarce. This point could be figured out with ones. But ever since rebirth, Feng Yuan's cultivation level had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had not been left behind in any of the battles. Furthermore, he had refined so many immortal goo and assembled so many immortal goo houses with such a huge investment. How much immortal essence would he have left? The thing that Giant Sun Immortal was most satisfied with now was that Feng Yuan was hit by his luck path killer move in crazed demon cave. Fortune depends on disaster. Even though Feng Yuan used this killer move to successfully deceive him, it was not enough. But it was undeniable that the sovereign immortal aperture had suffered. huge losses because of this move. Together with the small chaotic disaster, Giant Sun Immortal estimated that the sovereign immortal aperture was in a terrible state. Even if Fang Yuan was like this, star constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal essence reserves could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal. Why? The reason was simple. Because star constellation Immortal Venerable's era was too long ago. Even if she left behind a huge amount of immortal essence, the celestial quartz goo immortals would expend most of it in the future. Don't forget, after star constellation Immortal Venerable, 3 demon venerables, Limitless Demon Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and Red Lotus Demon Venerable had attacked Celestial Court. When Celestial Court resisted the 3 demon venerables, could they not use venerable methods and expend their immortal essence? It is a pity that the 2 heavens merged. The heaven path Tao marks gathered, and the environment changed. I had no choice but to remove luck suppression Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, I would have an even greater advantage now. Giant Sun Immortal took away luck suppression Heavenly Palace because he had no other choice. Luck suppression Heavenly Palace was located in immemorial Black Heaven. Its essence was to create luck path Tao marks and participate in the transformation and operation of heaven and earth, all living beings. Thus, this immemorial Black Heaven above Northern Plains became Giant Sun Immortal's territory. He could use it for his own purposes. Back then, during the Reverse Flow River battle, Celestial Court had organized an army to invade Northern Plains, but they suffered a huge loss in immemorial Black Heaven. Most of the losses were due to luck suppression Heavenly Palace. Now, with the fusion of immemorial 2 heavens, the luck path Tao marks that luck suppression Heavenly Palace had spread out were affected by this change. They became chaotic and shattered. If they forcefully protected these luck path Tao marks and resisted the heavenly Tao's change, the whole of luck suppression Heavenly Palace would be destroyed instead. Over these days, Giant Sun Immortal had been healing his injuries in Longevity Heaven while thinking about the current situation. He had a clear understanding of it. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, no matter how the environment changed, it still depended on the victor between venerables. For Giant Sun Immortal, be it star constellation Immortal Venerable or heaven refining demon Venerable, they were both unprecedentedly strong enemies. In a short period of time, Giant Sun Immortal could not find a way to eliminate these 2 enemies. He could only try to weaken them and gain the upper hand. Abundant immortal essence was Giant Sun Immortal's advantage. If I use this advantage well, I can refine all of the luck path Tao marks in the world first. With this foundation, I can definitely gain the upper hand if I attack either of the 2 venerables. Once I gain the upper hand, I will have to deal a heavy blow to either the Celestial Court or Fang Yuan. If I cannot do this, I will be in trouble. Giant Sun Immortal felt a sense of urgency if he missed this opportunity and did not grasp his advantage. As time dragged on, star constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path arrangements would become deeper and more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, he had to guard against star constellation Immortal Venerables secretly reviving other Celestial Court Immortal Venerables. As for Fang Yuan, it was the same. Right now, he lacked immortal essence the most. Once he had sufficient immortal essence, with his refinement path attainment level, he could refine immortal goo on a large scale. His strength would soar rapidly. Refinement path Venerable. Thinking of Fang Yuan's declaration of great love not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. He had a premonition that a force that originated from Fang Yuan himself was going to impact the entire goo immortal world. This force was so huge and unprecedented, even Giant Sun Immortal could not estimate to what extent the future would change because of Fang Yuan. After all, in history, there had never been a refinement path venerable, and refinement path was not the same as other paths. Gu cultivation had three main aspects: nurture, use, and refinement. Refinement path was one of them. This was a unique characteristic that other paths did not have. Celestial court. Cough, cough. In a sealed stone room, star constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. The injuries from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave had not fully recovered yet. Star constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated wisdom path, and star path, in terms of healing, she could not compare to giant sun Immortal, who cultivated blood path. Gu immortal injuries were very troublesome. Venerables were no exception. Celestial Court did not lack excellent healing methods, but for star constellation Immortal Venerable, there were very few that were suitable. Because she had too many wisdom path and star path Tao marks, healing methods of other paths were almost useless. Human path methods were an exception, but Celestial Court did not have any pseudo-immortal venerable level human path experts. This was the lowest standard to heal a venerable's injuries. Thus, other than saving herself, star constellation Immortal Venerable had no other choice. I still have 671 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. Star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. I did not have much to begin with, and some were expended during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The injuries on my body are stubborn. If I continue to heal them, the yellow apricot immortal essence will be expended again. After that, I will refine the Tao marks in Celestial Court, as well as the natural wisdom path Tao marks of heaven and earth. Star constellation Immortal Venerable made precise calculations. Her immortal essence storage was ample now, but wisdom path had always been planning ahead. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had made even more calculations. This little immortal essence storage would not be enough to refine the wisdom path Tao marks of the outside world in the future. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from giant sun immortals. Celestial Court contained a huge amount of wisdom path Tao marks, but they did not belong to star constellation Immortal Venerable, because Celestial Court had annexed a Nine Heavens fragment. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable had contributed her immortal aperture to fuse with it, the Tao marks that originally belonged to her were all corroded and assimilated by Providence. Of course, during the process of refining the Tao marks of the outside world, star constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture would also produce rank 9 immortal essence. But star constellation Immortal Venerable felt that this process was filled with danger. Giant sun, immortal, and heaven refining demon Venerable were likely to attack. Thus, the more immortal essence storage, the better. Giant sun, immortal, definitely has a lot more immortal essence storage, and heaven refining demon Venerable Feng Yuan is the weakest in this aspect. But he cannot be underestimated. This man is very special. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and showed a complex expression. Feng Yuan's declaration regarding great love Immortal Venerable had shocked the world. Giant Sun Immortal was wary of Feng Yuan's refinement path ability, while star constellation Immortal Venerable was more concerned about Feng Yuan's nature. Looking at the 10 Venerables in history, primordial origin Immortal Venerable had a grand temperament, limitless demon Venerable had a crazy Tao addict, spectral soul demon Venerable was bloodthirsty, reckless savage demon Venerable was wild, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was indifferent, and thieving heaven demon Venerable was stubborn. In any case, every Venerable one had a sense of pride within them. As for heaven refining demon Venerable Feng Yuan, star constellation Immortal Venerable squinted slightly. She had never seen a Venerable with such a nature. He simply did not know how to write the word shame. He had no sense of shame, directly distorting the truth and lying in such a righteous manner. What great love, Immortal Venerable! Star constellation Immortal Venerable was certain that this was just Fang Yuan's one-sided statement. He was only using it to achieve his own goals. If everyone in the world could turn over a new leaf, then Fang Yuan was the one with the lowest possibility. As long as he felt the need to make a move, he would definitely make a move, no matter how many innocents he killed. By then, Great Love Immortal Venerable's declaration would be thrown to the back of his mind. It would be as simple as a fart. But if he felt that turning over a new leaf was beneficial to him, he would definitely make the same declaration again, without any sense of shame. Star constellation Immortal Venerable finally understood Fang Yuan. If we say this person has principles, then his principles are that he has no bottom line. If we say this person has a bottom line, then his bottom line is that he has no principles. This was simply a shameless person. However, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a headache, this shameless person became a venerable. What made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even more troubled was that this shameless person could see through people's thoughts to the bone. His actions would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Gu Immortal world. Everyone would gather to follow him. The temptation of Immortal Gu was huge. Even if they could not trust him, there would always be Gu Immortals who would take the risk. Once Fang Yuan showed his sincerity, the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal world would gradually fall into his hands. Even the Celestial Court will not be spared. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. Chapter 2249. Western Desert. The calm desert suddenly exploded. Dust flew everywhere, and a huge beast the size of a mountain fiercely drilled out from the ground. This fierce beast had the body of a python, a crocodile head, and 6 eagle claws. Dragon crocodile. An immemorial dragon crocodile. The dragon crocodile roared, its voice shaking the surroundings, but there was a trace of fear in its roar. The dragon crocodile had the innate ability to climb the clouds. After coming out of the desert, it immediately flew up. But along the way, the dragon crocodile's body froze. It opened its mouth and shot out flames that soared to the sky. The dragon crocodile cried out as it fell to the ground, creating a huge wave of sand. It struggled for a while, before gradually becoming still, motionless. After a while, 3 Gu Immortals came out of its crocodile mouth. 2 males and 1 female, they were all Gu Immortals. They came from Western Desert's 3 superforces, Shi Kong, Zuiqiu Yanming, and Tuoba Feng Yin. Shi Kong cultivated Earth Path, while the other 2 cultivated Fire Path. Many Western Desert Gu Immortals cultivated Fire Path. The final dragon crocodile is dead. According to our 3 clans' agreement, this dragon crocodile belongs to Sister Yanming. The only female immortal, Zuiqiu Yanming, nodded and opened her immortal aperture's entrance, taking this immemorial dragon crocodile inside. She activated her divine sense and looked around the immortal aperture, revealing a smile. This immemorial dragon crocodile corpse is not bad. It has many Dao marks left. It is all thanks to Brother Feng Yan's method of eliminating the enemy. Not at all. Tuoba Feng Yan smiled. If not for Brother Shirkang's method, we would not have taken the risk of entering the dragon crocodile's stomach. Thus, the greatest contribution in this battle belongs to Brother Shirkang. Not at all, not at all. Shirkang smiled, expressing humility. Dragon crocodiles originally lived in immemorial black heaven, but recently immemorial black heaven and white heaven had fused together. The originally balanced ecology was completely disrupted. A dragon crocodile group lost in battle and escaped from immemorial black heaven. They escaped along the way, passing by Zuoqiu, Tuoba, and Shi clan's territories. These 3 clans discussed, and each sent out a rank 7 Gu immortal expert to deal with this dragon crocodile group that was already heavily injured. Shikong, Zhuqiu Yanming, and Tuoba Fengyan worked together and spent 3 days and 3 nights to completely annihilate this group of dragon crocodiles. However, just as the 3 of them were about to bid each other farewell, they suddenly received orders from their clans almost simultaneously. Oh, Wan clan wants to gather all the great clans to suppress Fang clan together? Hee hee. So it turns out that the Wan clan is the first to become restless. From the looks of it, the 3 of us are the closest to the Wan clan's territory. That's why we all received this order. The 3 immortals discussed for a while and decided to travel together. Although this place isn't far from the Wan clan, we still need to rest for a while. Indeed, at the very least, we need to heal the injuries on our bodies. There is also the dragon crocodile corpse in my immortal aperture. I need to deal with it. Shikong pondered for a moment and smiled. Gentlemen, we will pass by the myriad or desert on our way to the Wan clan. That resource point is guarded by my tribe's Gu, immortal Shizhong. We can go there to rest. Of course, the conditions in the wilderness could not be compared to resource points. Almost every resource point had an immortal formation and was relatively safe. Zhuqiu Yanming and Tuoba Fengyan glanced at each other before nodding at Shikong. The latter said, "Then we will have to trouble you." Shikong laughed heartily. "Please." Myriad or desert was flat and boundless. There were cracks everywhere on the rocky ground. Not even a blade of grass grew. But there was a completely different world under the desert. A large number of Orvanes were gathered here. Over 100,000 rockmen lived here as miners, excavating all kinds of ores for the Wan clan Gu immortals. But these rockmen were mortals. They were at most Gu masters with limited abilities and could only excavate mortal ores. Thus, Shur clan would send Gu immortals to guard this place, while Shur clan's Gu immortals excavated the immortal ores here. This was a tough job. Normally, Gu immortals who were sent here were the kind that were ostracized. Shizhong was a typical case. Shizhong's father betrayed Shur clan and caused the clan to suffer severe losses, not only in resources, but also in Gu immortals' deaths. To gain trust, Shizhong changed his name to Shizhong to express his loyalty to the clan, but it was to no avail. At this moment, Shizhong's divine sense was roaming around in jewel-yellow skies. In jewel-yellow skies, what attracted the Gu immortals' attention the most was that large piece of primordial domain. This is the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal traded it to heaven, refining demon venerable Fang Yuan. If only I could get one, how great would that be? Shizhong was very envious. The reason why he knew about the origin of this primordial domain was naturally because of Fang Yuan's publicity. His motive was obvious. He wanted the world to know, Giant Sun Immortal is doing business with me. What are you afraid of? Of course, the current Giant Sun Immortal was also declared a demon venerable by the Celestial Court because he created and cultivated Blood Path. And above the primordial domain, there was a will. This will condensed into a human figure, white-robed, black hair, handsome appearance. It was Fang Yuan's will. Heaven refining demon venerable. If I ask him to refine the Gu, will I be able to get wealth Gu? No, that is too risky. Wealth Gu is my hope of rising up. How can I give this Gu recipe to Fang Yuan? If he succeeds in refining the Gu, but does not give it to me, that would be too foolish. I cannot do anything to a venerable. This thought only flashed past Shizhong's mind for a moment. Shizhong had obtained a remnant immortal Gu recipe of wealth Gu by chance. Wealth Gu was a legendary immortal Gu. If Shizhong could refine it, he would become extremely wealthy. He would quickly accumulate an enormous amount of cultivation resources and be free from the constraints of his clan. In order to refine wealth gu, Shi Zhong did not hesitate to secretly use people to refine it. If this demonic act was discovered, he would be in huge trouble. Even though he took such a huge risk and tried over 100 times to refine the gu, he still failed every time. There was still a long way to go before he succeeded. Shi Zhong knew about Fang Yuan's declaration, but he did not dare to take the risk. Wealth gu was his only hope. A gu immortal is approaching. Right at this time, the immortal formation suddenly issued a warning. Shi Zhong's expression changed. He immediately cut off the divine sense in jewel yellow skies and controlled the immortal formation. Shi Kong led the other two immortals in the sky. They stopped at the periphery of the immortal formation's detection. They did not go in. After Shi Zhong contacted them, he verified their identities and learned of Shi Kang's intentions. I am very happy that Brother Shi Kang is here. Please come in. Shi Zhong showed great enthusiasm. The three immortals entered the immortal formation and rested for a while. Shi Zhong held a banquet and invited the three immortals. He purposely gave the main seat to Shi Kang out of humility. Shi Kang declined a few times before sitting on the main seat. This scene was seen by the other two immortals. They thought of the rumors and knew what was going on. Compared to Shi Zhong, Shi Kang was a popular person in Shi clan. Not long ago, he had defeated everyone and obtained sand lump blessed land. After killing the dragon crocodiles, Shi Kang did not need to hand them over to the clan. Many of the dragon crocodiles were directly sold into jewel yellow skies. Zuiqiu, Yanming, and Tuoba Feng, Yan were envious of such treatment. This time, Wan clan is leading the charge to gather all of Western Desert's clans to attack Fang clan. I wonder what you two think. After 3 rounds of wine, Shi Kang asked. Zuiqiu Yanming said, Wan clan and Fang clan have deep enmity. It is not surprising that Wan clan is leading the charge. Their reason is also very reasonable and impeccable. But I feel that Wan clan's gathering will not have a good future. That's right. I have the same opinion. Tuoba Feng, Yan slowly put down his wine cup. Firstly, the 5 regional walls are gone. Western Desert has several large clans at the border. It will be hard for them to make any big moves. Secondly, Fang clan is not weak. Their first Supreme Elder has rank 8 cultivation level, and Fang clan is most proficient in immortal gu houses. Thirdly, Fang clan has good relations with many clans. Fang clan was the one who started the Fate War. This caused Fang clan's reputation to soar. Fourthly, and most importantly, Fang clan made a transaction with Fang Yuan. This is the reason for us to take action. It is also the reason we are wary of them. Who knows what the relationship between Fang clan and Fang Yuan is? Shi Kang nodded repeatedly, sighing. Brother Tuoba's analysis is clear and logical. It is very convincing. Shi Zhong was silent, deep in thought. Tuoba Feng, Yan's analysis was actually very simple. Shi Kang knew it himself, but he had to ask, because Shi Kang represented Shi clan to communicate with Zuiqiu, Yanming, and Tuoba Feng, Yan. He wanted to know the intentions of their clans. Now that he knew that Tuoba and Zuiqiu clan had the same intentions as Shi clan, Shi Kang felt much more relaxed. Come, let's drink. Shi Kang raised his wine cup with a smile. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the 3 immortals thanked Shi Zhong and immediately left for the Wan family. Shi Zhong put away his cup, feeling unhappy. Shi Kang's treatment was completely different from Shi Zhong's. Previously, when Shi Kang was in closed cultivation, Shi clan provided him with sufficient resources. After Shi Kang obtained sand, heat-blessed land, the clan immediately rewarded him. He did not need to hand over any dragon crocodiles. The profits were truly plentiful. But there was no risk in going to Wan clan. The result was almost set. He would definitely receive Wan clan's hospitality. Although it was a mission, it was actually a benefit. Sigh, my hope is still wealth Gu. When can I refine this Gu? Heaven refining demon venerable. No, I will not use others. The risk is too high. Even though Shizhong made up his mind, his confidence in refining Gu had already been eroded after hundreds of failures. His intuition was telling him that the chances of him refining wealth Gu were very slim if he tried to do it alone. Thus, unknowingly, he communicated with jewel yellow skies and probed with his divine sense. Within jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan's will suddenly open his eyes and spoke with a loud voice. This is rank 7 movement, immortal Gu. Take wind Gu. It has already been refined by Southern Borders Wuyong. It will be transacted now. What? Shizhong was shocked. At this moment, all the Gu immortals who were paying attention to jewel yellow skies went into an uproar. Under everyone's gazes, Wuyong's will got close to Fang Yuan's will. Fang Yuan's will through the rank 7 take wind Gu to Wuyong's will on the spot. Wuyong's will nodded and did not say anything, immediately leaving jewel yellow skies with the immortal Gu. Someone really made such a transaction with Fang Yuan, and it is Southern Borders Wuyong. Shizhong was in a daze. Chapter 2250. Southern Border. Wu Yi Mountain. Wu Clan's headquarters. Blessed land. Wu Clan's Gu immortals gathered together. Wu Yong sat at the main seat. Most of the people present were Gu immortals themselves. Only a few could not attend. They were participating with their wills. These are the letters from Ba Clan, Tai Clan, Luo Clan, Ho Clan, and others. Take a look. Wu Yong waved his hand. More than 10 information path Gu worms flew out. Wu Clan's Gu immortals read them one after another, their expressions turning grim. The contents of these information path Gu worms were all the same. There was nothing to write home about. They were just using the righteous path's tone to condemn and question Wu Yong. Why did he make a deal with a demon like Fang Yuan? A portion of them even threatened to leave the Southern Alliance. They felt that Wu Yong was not qualified to be the leader of the Southern Alliance. They wanted to replace the alliance leader and choose someone else. These guys, shameless words. I really can't stand this. Many of these super clans had colluded with Lu Wei-yin in the past, right? Back then, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin worked together to kill Spectral Soul. They escaped from the Celestial Court's pursuit. Now, these people still have the face to reprimand us. Changing the alliance leader? In Southern Borders Gu immortal world, who is more suitable than Lord Wu Yong? Wu Clan's Gu immortals discussed with indignant tones. Wu Yong did not speak. He drank his tea calmly while listening to the immortals' conversation. The immortals' voices became louder. Some were agitated. They even wanted to take revenge on those clans. Wu Yong put down his cup at this moment. He raised his hand. The immortals saw this and went silent. Many of the Wu Clan Gu immortals who stood up uncontrollably because of their indignation quickly sat down. Wu Yong's eyes turned slightly as he looked around. The hall was already silent. This is my Wu Clan. Wu Yong was expressionless, but he was very satisfied internally. Ever since he took control of the Wu Clan, he had been leading the Wu Clan and turning the tide. He had experienced several battles and even pursued Fang Yuan. Most importantly, his exceptional political skills had won the loyalty of the entire Wu Clan. Among them were not only the original Wu Clan Gu immortals, but also the external lone immortals, as well as the newly advanced rank 6 Gu immortals. In the course of the discussion just now, none of these people voiced any objection or advice to Wu Yong's decision and method. From this, it could be seen how high the prestige Wu Yong currently had. 8th Supreme Elder, please explain the details to everyone, Wu Yong said faintly. Yes. As the 2nd Supreme Elder of Wu Clan, Wu Ba Chong immediately stood up and said to the Gu immortals present, several days ago, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, no, Great Love Immortal Venerable personally sent a message to 1st Supreme Elder. he forcefully requested First Supreme Elder to conduct the first public immortal goo transaction with him. Considering that Wu clan cannot stop Fang Yuan, First Supreme Elder could only endure the humiliation and agree to Fang Yuan's request. Wu clan's immortals looked at each other. Some had a change of expression. Some clenched their fists. Some gritted their teeth. They could feel the immense pressure from Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did things without any qualms. In this situation, it was understandable that Wu Yong was forced to agree to this transaction. But at the next moment, Wu Yong laughed. "Oh, Ba Chong, no need to say that. We are all on the same side. I will say it directly." The immortal's expressions shook. Wu Yong's eyes shined with bright light. "This is not the first time I transacted with Fang Yuan. I have already conducted several secret transactions with him. Fang Yuan's evidence is real." Saying this, Wu Yong purposely paused for a moment. Seeing that the hall was still silent, all the Gu immortals were still looking at him with heated gazes, Wu Yong nodded in satisfaction, continuing, "The reason is simple. Firstly, be it the previous Fang Yuan or the venerable Fang Yuan, they are both existences that our Wu clan cannot afford to offend. Secondly, transacting with Fang Yuan is very beneficial to our Wu clan. Our Wu clan obtained several new immortal Gu. All of them were refined by Fang Yuan. If our Wu clan were to do it ourselves, we might not succeed even after spending several times the amount of immortal materials." Wu clan's immortals were silent. Wu Yong's gaze swept past Wu Bachong, stopping at Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao shuddered. He quickly stood up and asked with a trembling voice, But, how should we deal with the condemnation of these super forces?" Wu Yong smiled lightly, nodding at Wu Qiao. "Good question." Saying so, he waved his hand. All of the information path mortal Gu flew into his palm. Wu Yong blew lightly. A light breeze blew, crushing all of the information path mortal Gu into pieces. "These so-called condemnations are useless." Wu Yong smiled coldly. "Do you think they will dare to attack our clan?" The immortals were stunned. Wu Yong leaned back on his chair. He looked around with a condescending gaze. "Do you still not understand? Everyone, times have changed. The Fate War, the pursuit of Fang Yuan, the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Quartz Foundation has been completely depleted. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she has no choice but to declare the demonic path identity of the other two Venerables. And be it Giant Sun or Fang Yuan, they both claim to be immortal Venerables, not demon Venerables. What is an immortal? What is a demonic path? What is the righteous path? What is a demonic path?" The immortals' hearts shook. Wu Yong laughed heartily. With the confrontation of 3 venerables, the 5 regions, and 2 heavens have entered an unprecedented era. If we still use our previous views and get entangled in the division of righteous and demonic, we will only be drowned by the terrifying tides of this era. Didn't you see how Fang Yuan effortlessly subdued the Righteous Qi Alliance? And our Southern Alliance, in front of the Venerable One, can't even be considered a mob. It was impossible to lead a flock of sheep to defeat a ferocious tiger. Furthermore, we are not even a group of sheep in front of a venerable. Venerables can only fight against venerables. Meanwhile, we pitiful worms need to survive in the cracks of the venerables. We can only work hard to absorb nutrients and strengthen ourselves. If we receive the pity of fate, we will have a chance of survival. Let go of the so-called righteous path's dignity and the shackles of cheap morality. Let go of the sense of superiority and security of being a Gu immortal. These are all fake, just like the information path mortal Gu I destroyed earlier. As long as a venerable exhales, we Gu immortals will immediately fall into a state of eternal damnation. Finally, Wu Yong raised his voice and said with a solemn expression, "Let's do our best. Race against time. In this terrifying great era, we need to survive first. Yes, We will heed First Supreme Elder's words. Wu Ba Chong, Wu Qiao, and the other Wu clan Gu immortals stood up and answered solemnly. Western Desert. Wan clan headquarters. A banquet had just ended. Only a few Wan clan Gu immortals were left in the messy hall. Rank 6 Gu immortal Wan Jueqing smashed the wine cup in his hand on the ground in anger. These despicable, hypocritical clans, they are simply a disgrace to Western Desert. Do they still have any sense of righteous paths, glory, and self-awareness? Wan Jueqing shouted in anger. His face was red. Jueqing. Wan Xiao frowned slightly. Isn't that so? Wan Jueqing was still furious. These days, we have been having small banquets every 3 days and big banquets every 5 days. But what about these clans Gu immortals? All of them are giving vague answers and making excuses. Jueqing. Wan Xiao shouted. Forget it, forget it. At this time, Wan clan's first supreme elder left his seat. He had a bleak expression, and his back seemed to be slightly hunched. The remaining Wan clan Gu immortals fell into silence. Outside Wan clan's blessed land, Tang Fongming and Tang Miao were floating in the sky, looking at the stars in the night sky with relaxed moods. Coming out to relax once in a while is indeed the right thing to do. Big brother, big brother. Tang Miao smiled. Tang Fongming nodded, showing an expression of agreement. He was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert that Tang clan held the most in high regard. But different from Shikong, the reason why Tang Fongming received the full support and attention of Tang clan was because he had extraordinary talent in the exploration of Dream Path. This trip to Fong clan was also because Tang Fongming loved his sister Tang Miao. He wanted to satisfy her desire to go out and play. Big brother, Wan clan's hospitality is really good. They are also very determined to take down Fong clan. These days, we have been discussing with the other clans, and Wan clan has made many concessions. How long do you think the Alliance army will take? Tang Miao asked. Tang Fongming sneered. The Alliance army to take down Fong clan will never succeed. Why? Let me give you an example. Tang Fongming sighed. Right now, the 5 regions and 2 heavens are like a forest with 3 terrifying, fierce beasts inside. Tang Miao's eyes brightened. Big brother, you are talking about the 3 venerables? Tang Fongming nodded. And besides these 3 fierce beasts, there are many birds, rabbits, and fish. Now, a little bird with the surname Wan wants to deal with a little rabbit with the surname Fong. The little bird can't deal with it by itself. So it gathered some other little birds and rabbits and kept offering high prices, wanting to bully him with numbers. However, that little rabbit, surnamed Fong, is currently leaning against a ferocious beast. Nobody knows if the fierce beast will get angry if they touch this little rabbit. Once the fierce beast gets angry, no matter how many small animals Wan clan's little bird gathers, they will only become food for the fierce beast. Tang Miao was slightly shocked. Big brother, you are saying that these righteous path superforces cannot form an alliance army just because of this? Tang Fongming nodded again with a solemn expression. No matter how joyous the banquet is, no matter how intense the negotiations between Wan clan and the other clans are, these are all superficial. In truth, it is just the appearance of small animals trembling in fear. If 3 fierce beasts suddenly appear in the forest, us small animals cannot resist them. Tang Miao breathed in deeply. Fortunately, our Tang clan has already contacted Lord Fong Yuan and had private transactions with him. In my opinion, Southern Border's alliance leader, Wu Yong, has already made public transactions with Fong Yuan. Why can't our Tang clan? Absolutely not. Tang Fongming said, Lord Fong Yuan's every action has deep meaning. Earlier, he exposed the evidence and said that he had transactions with many forces and Gu immortals, but he did not mention our Tang clan. This is his love for our Tang clan. Our Tang clan cannot compare to Southern Border's Wu clan or Fong clan. We are the weakest superclan in Western Desert. We are also at the center of the region and can easily be attacked. At this time, we cannot be in the limelight. We only need to secretly transact with Lord Feng Yuan. We cannot let down Lord Feng Yuan's painstaking efforts. Of course, we can sell the inside information of one clan's gathering to Feng clan as a favor. Feng clan has frequent transactions with Lord Feng Yuan. From this perspective, they are our Tang clan's natural ally. Tang Fengming spoke with fervor and composure. He was very insightful about the current situation. Tang Miao's eyes shined as she realized something. Right at this time, Tang Fengming's expression changed slightly. Big brother, what is it? In jewel yellow skies, Gu immortals have publicly transacted with Feng Yuan again. This time, it is 3 people. Among them, 2 are from Northern Plains and Central Continent. Tang Fengming quickly answered, excitement flashing in his eyes. Chapter 2251. A lump of fire was quietly burning in Feng Yuan's hand. The fire was only the size of a baby's fist. Its color was constantly changing. If a refinement path expert saw this, they would definitely shout in shock. Because the changing color of the fire was only the appearance, its nature was also completely different. For example, when it was red, it was fire refinement. When it was dark white, it was light refinement. When it was ice blue, it was ice refinement. Feng Yuan lightly clenched his fist. The fire instantly disappeared. Feng Yuan was silent. He fell into deep thought. After a long while, he blinked his eyes and collected his thoughts. Recently, he had been refining immortal goo personally. He had not used 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. He had refined more than 10 immortal goo. Their ranks were limited to rank 6 and 7. It was not a big achievement for Feng Yuan. But during this process, Feng Yuan had a considerable harvest. His current refinement path attainment level was already at Supreme Grandmaster. No matter what goo refinement method, he could easily see through all of its profundities. All goo recipes had no secrets to Feng Yuan. Right now, Feng Yuan could modify goo recipes in one go most of the time. Even if many profound immortal goo recipes needed some time to be modified, this was only the time needed to deduce and choose the appropriate immortal materials. Feng Yuan's refinement path intuition was already so strong that he could determine the direction of modification of an immortal goo recipe with just one glance. Feng Yuan had tried several times, and his practice proved that this intuition was absolutely correct. Modifying refinement path killer moves, goo refinement methods, and so on was the same. Feng Yuan even had a flash of inspiration during one of the goo refinement processes. He thought of a new goo refinement method and succeeded in putting it into practice. And in terms of refining goo personally, Feng Yuan felt a sense of control. This sense of control greatly increased the success rate of refining immortal goo. Many times, after refining immortal goo, at some point, Feng Yuan would be sure that the goo refinement would succeed. Even if the immortal goo refinement failed, Feng Yuan would feel a sense of control. He could predict that the goo refinement would fail in the end. Even a refinement path venerable would fail when refining immortal goo. On one hand, it was the refining method. If it was a human error, it would definitely fail. On the other hand, there were restrictions from the other sections. For example, to refine fire path immortal goo, large amounts of fire path immortal materials were needed. As for fire path immortal materials, Feng Yuan's sense of control would be much weaker. Feng Yuan's fire path attainment level was far from his refinement path attainment level, but the success rate of refining refinement path immortal goo is almost 100%. Of course, I have not tried rank 9 refinement path immortal goo. Feng Yuan had already confirmed this point. refinement path immortal Gu used large amounts of refinement path immortal materials, and Fang Yuan had complete control over these refinement path immortal materials. On this point, old eccentric Tian Nan, old immortal Kongju, and long-hair ancestor could not compare to Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable, he could refine the natural refinement path Tao marks in the outside world. Refinement path Tao marks in refinement path immortal materials naturally belong to this category. Thus, Fang Yuan knew these immortal materials like the back of his hand. He had perfect control over them. Thus, as long as there were no mistakes in refinement path techniques, and there were not many immortal materials of other paths involved in the refinement, Fang Yuan's refinement success rate was infinitely close to 100%. But in terms of Gu refinement success rate, Fang Yuan had already completely surpassed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. This was still under the situation where he had not practiced many refinement path methods and killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had become a refinement path venerable, there was still a lot of room for improvement in refinement path. Other than gaining practical experience, when my attainment levels in other paths rise in the future, it will rapidly increase my success rate in refining immortal Gu of the corresponding paths. It is a pity that I cannot take out the primordial domain at the moment. Fang Yuan did not have a method to retrieve the primordial domain, so the primordial domain that he obtained from Giant Sun, immortal, was still stored in jewel yellow skies, and he was still paying for it. Thinking of jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan thought of the 3 Gu immortals who had transacted with him earlier. These 3 immortals came from Southern Border, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. They had all publicly transacted with their real names. Thus the Gu immortals of the 5 regions knew about them. Among them, the Southern Border Gu immortals were from Qiao Clan. Qiao Clan was a vassal of Wu Clan. Qiao Clan's Gu immortals publicly transacted with Fang Yuan. It was likely that they had received Wu Yong's instructions to help Wu Clan share the political pressure. The other 2 were Northern Plains Lone Immortals and Central Continent's Demonic Immortals. In fact, ever since Wu Yong's transaction, many Gu immortals had secretly contacted Fang Yuan to refine immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan had forced them to disclose their identities to transact. This made many Gu immortals flinch. Only a few Gu immortals, because of their temperament or external pressure, reluctantly accepted the conditions of the public transaction. After Fang Yuan filtered them, he chose these 2. These 2 did not have high cultivation level, only rank 6. They were at the bottom of the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions. Maybe it was because of their low status that these 2 were more inclined to take risks. They wanted to seize the chance to turn things around. It was like how poor people often disregarded their lives, while rich people cherished their lives and were cautious. Of course, these 2 were no longer in Northern Plains or Central Continent. Nobody knew how Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would react after they publicly transacted immortal Gu with Fang Yuan. These 2 Gu immortals were not fools. They had already escaped to other regions. If this was in the past, there would definitely be many disadvantages. But now that the regional walls were gone and the 5 regions were united, the Qi tides dissipated, the 5 regions, heaven and earth Qi, were the same. There was no difference. Thus, no matter which region the Gu immortals went to, they would not be restricted by heaven and earth Qi. Now, there is a crucial point. Fang Yuan did not know what Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's reactions would be. He was looking forward to it and also vigilant. According to his deductions, the 2 Venerables would have 4 possible reactions. First, they would send their subordinates to kill these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. This was easy. Fang Yuan had purposely chosen the weaker Gu immortals and transacted with them. If these 2 were chased by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven and lost their lives, Fang Yuan would be very happy. Second, the 2 Venerables would join forces to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan would be very vigilant against such a situation, but he would also be happy to see it. Third, the two venerables would attack Jewel Yellow Skies. In this situation, Fang Yuan's Great Love Gu refinement plan would lose its foundation. But the possibility was very small, because ever since Jewel Yellow Skies appeared, it had existed until now. During this period, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, Shadow Sect, and countless other heroes had the idea of attacking Jewel Yellow Skies, but they all failed. Fang Yuan did not know the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies, even now. This was an extremely mysterious mystery. The fourth situation was also the most likely choice for the two venerables. That was to ignore his Gu refinement business. They could not stop it anyway. The two venerables would try to manage their own cultivation level forces, and so on. They would gain an advantage in other aspects to restrict Fang Yuan's Great Love Gu refinement plan. In fact, ever since I left Crazed Demon Cave, the competition between me, Giant Sun Immortal, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already begun. Whoever manages it better will have the upper hand in the upcoming battles. Advantage might not necessarily turn into victory, but after the accumulation of advantages, the result will be hard to say. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his position among the three venerables. Looking back at the entire Crazed Demon Cave battle, it was clear that the biggest reason why Fang Yuan could win was because he had the correct strategy. Fang Yuan only had pseudo-venerable battle strength, and because he had been used as a pawn by the venerables, the two venerables looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they viewed each other as their greatest enemies. This gave Fang Yuan room to display his abilities, but the venerables were not so easily deceived. Thus, Fang Yuan purposely exposed his ambition and refinement path to let the two venerables know that Fang Yuan wanted to become venerable through refinement path. Next, when his refinement path attainment level was almost fully accumulated, Fang Yuan purposely gave up on the contest for primordial domain in front of the two venerables. The refinement path portion of primordial domain was destroyed after the two venerables knew that Fang Yuan could not become venerable quickly. They were relieved. On this basis, Fang Yuan showed weakness step by step. For example, Jean Boudou gave Star Constellation Immortal Venerable a huge headache in several battles. He was in the limelight. All right, Fang Yuan purposely let Jean Boudou die at the hands of Giant Sun Immortal. For example, Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress were used by the venerables. All right, Fang Yuan used these two methods to dispel the vigilance of the venerables. In fact, he even purposely sacrificed the Qi clone, Fang Yuan. Even after doing this, the two venerables were still worried about Fang Yuan. At some point, the two venerables cooperated and wanted to eliminate Fang Yuan first. That was the most dangerous moment for Fang Yuan. He was trapped both internally and externally. His life was hanging by a thread many times. After all, Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used. Thankfully, Fang Yuan managed to endure it in the end. He finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The two venerables expended a lot of energy on each other. Limitless Demon Venerable's appearance and Paradise Earth's venerable ascension caused the two venerables' remaining vigilance to dissipate. Eventually, Fang Yuan seized the opportunity and killed Paradise Earth, forcing the two venerables to retreat, becoming the greatest victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Other than using the correct battle tactics, the other main reason for victory was that Fang Yuan made all sorts of preparations before the battle. Fang Yuan obtained Ability Gu, Fortitude Gu, and others. They played a huge role in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan raised the cultivation level of his subordinates, allowing White Rabbit and Miao Yin to fight against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Fang Yuan deduced and modified many killer moves like Dang Hun Luo Pasil, Road of Life, hundreds of totem killer moves, heaven envies heroic geniuses, large numbers of compound killer moves, and so on. Fang Yuan even created the Earth Vein and Food Path defensive methods. He prepared Dream Path killer moves, and so on. Most of them were used in Crazed Demon Cave. Without these ample preparations, even if Fang Yuan's strategy was correct, he would not be able to last until the final moment. I became a refinement path venerable. I am the victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attach great importance to me. Only by using all my strength and working hard can I gain an advantage in the future contest of 3 venerables. The results of his efforts now would be the key to victory in the contest of 3 venerables in the future. Chapter 2252, Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal held an information path mortal goo in his hand. He had a calm expression, but was sighing inwardly to think that as a venerable, I would actually pay attention to a mere rank 6 Northern Plains lone cultivator, and I can't do anything to him for now. According to Giant Sun Immortal's temper and nature, this goo immortal, who transacted with Fang Yuan publicly, was simply provoking him. If it were in the past, this goo immortal would be dead already. The dignity of a venerable was not to be offended. But now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable summoned one of the 8 extremities. Go, send the order to all the Super Huang Jin tribes. Contact them and recruit this person. Whoever succeeds will receive a special reward from me. Yes, this 8 extremities immediately accepted the order and left respectfully. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal could not make any statements. It would be disadvantageous to him and Longevity Heaven. But he could let the Super Huang Jin tribes do it. This was the shrewd and ruthless righteous path political method. Giant Sun Immortal knew Fang Yuan's great love goo refinement plan could not be stopped. This was a blatant scheme. The hearts of those who desired immortal goo could not be shaken. Once Giant Sun Immortal stopped it or ordered for this Northern Plains lone cultivator to be killed, Longevity Heaven would lose a lot of people's support. They might be able to suppress the situation for a short period of time, but the more they suppressed it, the deeper this dissatisfaction would accumulate, and when it erupts, it would bring even more trouble to Longevity Heaven. In the end, this would be the result. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators would mostly transact with Fang Yuan publicly. After the transaction, these goo immortals would immediately leave Northern Plains and go to the other 4 regions. Of course, they would most likely go to Eastern Sea, which was under Fang Yuan's control. This was equivalent to Fang Yuan using immortal goo to lure the lone immortals and demonic cultivators of Northern Plains to Eastern Sea, expanding the scale of his heaven and earth great love alliance. Of course, the Giant Sun Immortal wouldn't fall for it so easily. Fang Yuan is really arrogant. He doesn't have enough immortal essence, but he still took the initiative to provoke me. Humph, I must return the favor. If the battle in the Crazed Demon Cave gave Giant Sun Immortal a taste of Fang Yuan's combat power, then now Giant Sun Immortal felt Fang Yuan's ruthless and sharp political skills. Giant Sun Immortal thought about it before taking out an information path immortal goo from his immortal aperture. The information path immortal goo rapidly flew towards Central Continent, Zhongzhou State, Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also dealing with Fang Yuan's methods. She summoned He Fengyang, gave him a few words of encouragement, and gave him the task in person. He Fengyang was still in a daze when he left the Celestial Court. The task that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave him was to publicly transact with Fang Yuan to refine new immortal goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's response was even more direct than Giant Sun Immortal's. Since Fang Yuan declared that he would love the world and refine goo regardless of friend or foe, the Celestial Court went with the flow. In any case, the Celestial Court couldn't stop this scheme. It was a wise choice to profit from it. Of course, the Celestial Court and star constellation Immortal Venerable would not publicly transact with Fang Yuan. They still needed face. After all, they had declared Fang Yuan to be a demon venerable earlier. He Fengyang and Fang Yuan's transaction. Regardless of whether it succeeded or failed, the celestial court would ignore it. It would create an ambiguous political stance that it didn't care about the actions of the 10 great ancient sections. This way, the 10 great ancient sects would participate and obtain many immortal goo. It would be very helpful to Central Continent's stamina. If Fang Yuan refused or asked for an unreasonable price, it would be inconsistent with his previous declaration. It would greatly damage Fang Yuan's reputation. Weakening Fang Yuan's appeal was a victory for the Celestial Court. Greetings to Immortal Venerable. Qin Dingling appeared with 2 information path, Immortal Goo. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at them and pondered. The first one came from southern borders, Wu Clan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at it and realized that Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, the current leader of the Southern Alliance, Wu Yong, wanted to publicly transact with the Celestial Court. Wu Yong seemed to have forgotten that he had once led the Southern Alliance to fight against the Celestial Court during the Fate War. A hint of admiration flashed past star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. This Wu Yong is truly an outstanding person. Earlier, he publicly transacted with Fang Yuan, but now he wants to transact with my Celestial Court. His ambition is huge, but this is good. Agreeing to your request is also beneficial to the Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately decided to transact with Wu Yong. On one hand, it was to express her attitude. She and the Celestial Court were very tolerant towards all Gu immortals who transacted with Fang Yuan. On the other hand, star constellation Immortal Venerable was also trying to rope in Wu Yong. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan were very close. If she rejected, Wu Clan might be easily roped in by Fang Yuan. This was not something star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to see. As for the second information path, Immortal Goo, it came from Giant Sun Immortal. The content of the letter was simple. Giant Sun Immortal wanted to ally with star constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan. Of course, they would not ally for no reason. After all, in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and star constellation Immortal Venerable were already working together to deal with the venerable Fang Yuan. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. The venerable's strength had not risen much. If the two venerables worked together to deal with Fang Yuan, they would only be asking for trouble and humiliation. Giant Sun Immortal's intention was, he had been using luck path methods to monitor Eastern Sea and investigate heaven-refining demon venerable. Once Fang Yuan tried to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu, there would be a huge change in luck. By then, it would be the best time to deal with him. Currently, Fang Yuan was very strong. Giant Sun Immortal and star constellation Immortal Venerable would be repelled even if they worked together, but they did not have much of an advantage. The two venerables could easily defend themselves. However, if Fang Yuan tried to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu, his immortal essence would be greatly damaged, especially at the crucial moment of the Gu refinement. If the two venerables grasped the opportunity, that would be Fang Yuan's greatest weakness and also his weakest moment. If Fang Yuan failed in the Gu refinement, he would suffer a terrifying backlash. After all, this was the refinement of a rank 9 immortal Gu. It was no small matter. Towards Giant Sun Immortal's suggestion, star constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate. She agreed. In fact, she had an entire set of investigative methods to monitor Eastern Sea, to guard against Fang Yuan's attempt to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu. Star constellation Immortal Venerable placed great importance on Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. The contest of 3 venerables was a fight for every inch of land. If any side gained a rank 9 immortal Gu, their strength would rise sharply. This was not a loss of land, it was a change of ownership. In fact, even if Giant Sun Immortal did not send a letter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would contact him. If Feng Yuan truly displayed his refinement path specialty and refined a rank 9 Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan would gain a huge advantage. This was something the two venerables did not want to see. This secret blockade against Feng Yuan's refinement of a rank 9 Immortal Gu was easily formed under the tacit understanding of the two venerables. If Feng Yuan rashly refines a rank 9 Immortal Gu, that will be the time to attack. But if I cooperate with Giant Sun Immortal, I need to pay attention to my immortal essence expenditure. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood that Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence reserves were higher than hers. If they worked together to deal with Feng Yuan and expended too much immortal essence, even if they had the same amount as Giant Sun Immortal, it would be disadvantageous to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal had an absolute advantage in terms of immortal essence reserves. If such a thing happened, Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence advantage would be even greater. This was definitely a secret scheme of Giant Sun Immortal. Eastern Sea. Oh, Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly. Right now, he was refining Immortal Gu while communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. He was also thinking about the arrangements of his immortal aperture. He was very calm. At this moment, his will inside Jewel Yellow Skies received He Fengyang's transaction request. He Fengyang actually took the initiative to openly transact with me. It seems that this is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention. Feng Yuan immediately realized the truth behind this. Without Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's permission, how could He Fengyang dare to do this? As expected of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Feng Yuan praised in his mind. This was a very mature and rational response. In the competition between forces and experts, it was never a simple matter of friend or foe. It was based on the specific situation and could be flexible. Sometimes they were enemies, sometimes they were allies, and sometimes they were enemies while cooperating. However, this reaction was within Feng Yuan's expectations. Towards He Fengyang's transaction request, Feng Yuan's will agreed on the spot. If he rejected it, it would weaken his influence. Furthermore, why would he reject it? This was beneficial to Celestial Court and Central Continent. It was even more beneficial to Feng Yuan. After all, he was the one making the offer. He was the seller. Of course, Celestial Court and Central Continent would also benefit from it. Both sides would take what they needed. This was a mutually beneficial transaction. The most disadvantageous one was Longevity Heaven, because Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's aspects had improved. Longevity Heaven would fall behind. And if Longevity Heaven saw this, it would not want to fall behind. Even if it was unwilling, it would have to transact with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan naturally would not reject it. By then, he would gain the most out of the three parties. Since you want the rank 7 Immortal Gu, give me 9 Central Stone Forest. Feng Yuan gave He Fengyang a price. 9 Central Stone Forest was an Earth Path resource point. It could be used as an Earth Vein node. Its value could not be compared to a rank 7 Immortal Gu. In the short term, a rank 7 Immortal Gu was naturally more valuable. But in the long term, 9 Central Stone Forest, which produced Earth Path cultivation resources, was more valuable than a rank 7 Immortal Gu. This price was very high. It far surpassed Feng Yuan's previous Gu refinement price. He Fengyang could not make the decision, but he had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders. All in all, this price was above the bottom line. He Fengyang agreed to it. In the future, when Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven transact with me, I will ask for Earth Path resource points so that I can repair the Earth Vein in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was undergoing construction again, but currently they were mainly building water veins. Since the righteous Qi alliance had taken the initiative to side with Fang Yuan, they had to show their sincerity. Fang Yuan had already ordered for the clans to contribute a batch of water path resource points. I already have dozens of yellow apricot immortal essence beads. I cannot rashly refine rank 9 immortal goo. Moreover, I do not have enough immortal essence. I should refine a few heaven path, rank 8 immortal goo first. Chapter 2253. Southern Border. A group of 5 goo masters was moving at full speed on the road. The leading goo master had rank 4 cultivation. He had an ordinary appearance, but was very capable. It was Shang Clan's goo master Xiao Yin, fire travel goo. He was using a fire path goo worm to travel. Every step he took was burning with a little fire. Along the way, he left behind a long trail of fire. Behind him were 4 goo masters with rank 2 cultivation. At this moment, they were gritting their teeth and following with all their might. Lord Xiao Yin, let's take a break. We don't have enough primeval essence. While moving, a rank 2 goo master suggested. Xiao Yan's speed slowed down, but he was still moving. This was the wilderness. If a goo master did not have enough primeval essence, the risk of survival would rise. Moreover, rank 2 goo masters did not have the qualifications to explore the wilderness. They lacked survival skills. But right now, Xiao Yan had an important mission. According to the information, if I delay any longer, the mountain village will catch fire. I need to get there quickly. Last time, I was misled by the enemy's information and insisted on going out to search for deviant fire goo materials, but I did not expect Lady Shang XNCI to be in danger. This time, I need to complete this mission with all my strength and make up for the points I lost earlier. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan made his decision. He immediately ordered, "You 4 rest here. I will go first. After you are done resting, immediately catch up." Yes, the 4 goo masters answered in unison. Xiao Yan's speed rose sharply. He quickly entered the forest. A few hours later, he reached his destination, a small village that was affiliated to Shang clan. "Lord, you are finally here. The village has prepared some wine." The village head was a rank 4 goo master. He was very polite to Xiao Yin, but Xiao Yin waved his hand. "The fire is more important. We need to deal with this danger first." The village head was overjoyed. "Lord is wise. Then come this way. To be honest, I have been very anxious these days." The village head led Xiao Yin to the back mountain. Xiao Yin saw a large area of dazzling white flames burning brightly at the back mountain. "That's right, it is light fire." Xiao Yin sized it up, his pupils shrinking. "This light fire is very large. It covers at least 200 steps. It is beyond my limits." Light fire was a type of deviant fire. It was a rank 5 goo material. According to what Xiao Yin knew, this goo material could be used to refine rank 5 light path or fire path goo worms. From a goo immortal's perspective, the essence was clear. This light fire contained some light path and fire path Dao marks. I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain such a large amount of light flames after searching for so many mystical flames. Lady Shang XINCI specifically left this mission to me. She is too kind and forgiving. Sigh. This kindness. Xiao Yin sighed in his heart, gradually understanding Shang XINC's intention. He slowly approached the fireball. The closer he got, the more agitated he became. He was inexplicably angry. This was not surprising. This was the effect of light fire. The closer one was to this goo material, the more furious they would be. Xiao Yin tried activating a fire path technique and quickly succeeded in collecting a cluster of light flame. It was the size of a wash basin. Xiao Yin quietly nodded. His previous assessment was correct. With such a large area of fire, He couldn't rely on himself, but he could still collect most of it. Soon after, for rank 2 Goo Masters would arrive. With their help, this mission could be completed. But he had to be fast. Goo materials like light fire would spread and expand rapidly during the day. Thankfully, it was nighttime now, so the scale of the light fire was suppressed. This was also the reason why Xiao Yan hurried over and even abandoned his subordinates. Before they arrive, I will make arrangements in the surroundings as a precaution. Xiao Yan immediately set up an alert method around the light fire. One had to be wary of others. Moreover, Xiao Yan would have to use his full strength to collect this heavenly fire. Why are there mortals patrolling the surroundings? While patrolling, Xiao Yan found many mortals in the forest were kowtowing towards the heavenly fire. The village leader quickly chased these villagers away. He would not let these mortals disturb Xiao Yan and the rest for a period of time. Next, the village leader explained the reason. It turned out that the sky had been changing recently. There was no longer a clear distinction between day and night. It was a mixture of black and white. This situation made the Goo Masters and mortals of the 5 regions extremely fearful. On a certain night, there was a sudden rain of fire. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around the village, balls of heavenly fire fell to the ground. The villagers were shocked by this strange phenomenon and generally believed that God was angry and wanted to burn the sinful mortals to death. Therefore, there were always mortals who came here to kneel and pray. Fools! Xiao Yan snorted, but his expression also eased up, because he could understand. When the sky changed, he was also extremely fearful. But after Shang Xianxi's revelation, he understood that although this matter was huge, it was not fatal. Even if there was, it was not something a Goo Master at Xiao Yan's level could worry about. At the same time, immemorial white heaven, no, more accurately speaking, it was in the black and white heaven of immemorial white heaven. Tens of thousands of li away, Fang Yuan looked at the huge sun. The sun seemed to be moving slowly, but was actually moving quickly. Its path was very fixed. It had always been from east to west before turning back and going from west to east, repeating this process. Every time the sun moved from the east to the west of immemorial white heaven, it would be exactly 12 hours. Black heaven and white heaven alternated. The 5 regions were shrouded in darkness. And in white heaven above black heaven, the sun would turn back and go from west to east, spending another 12 hours to return to its original starting point in the east. At this time, black heaven and white heaven alternated again. Thus, in the eyes and senses of mortals, the sun always appeared in the sky during white heaven. It would appear from the east at dawn, and the darkness would disappear. At dusk, it would disappear from the west, and the darkness would thicken. The sun was extremely huge. Among the 11 venerables, spectral soul demon, Venerable was the largest. He was like a mountain, but he could not compare to the sun. The size of the sun, Fang Yuan estimated that it was about the same size as Giant Majestic Sea Area. Giant Majestic Sea Area was one of the largest sea areas in Eastern Sea. Originally, in immemorial white heaven, the sun's path was completely empty. But now that the black and white heavens merged, the environment changed and became chaotic. While Fang Yuan was observing, there was a large patch of black clouds blocking the sun. Every time the sun moved forward, a portion of the larger black clouds would disappear. Of course, the sun was not unharmed. From time to time, sparks would scatter on the surface of the sun. Most of these heavenly flames were absorbed by the black clouds, but a small portion flew away. A portion of the sparks that flew out landed in the 5 regions. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the battle between the black clouds and the sun was the collision of 2 lumps of Tao marks. The former was dark path and cloud path, while the latter was light path and fire path. The black clouds will definitely lose, but the sun will also suffer a lot of damage. With such an intense change, no wonder heaven form is in chaos. It is even showing signs of collapsing. Fang Yuan was originally refining heaven path immortal goo, but his journey suddenly changed. He went up from Eastern Sea to the two heavens because of heaven form. Heaven form was left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable. It was half a thieving heaven true inheritance. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven by chance. This natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of immemorial white heaven, nor could it be kept in his grotto heaven. It was filled with providence and could be replenished at any time. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable could not use his will to refine it completely. Thus, thieving heaven demon Venerable thought hard and came up with a way to forcefully refine it into an immortal killer move. He named it Heaven Form. Refining Heaven Form required a long time. Generations of wills would cleanse it. One day, it would be refined by a goo immortal. At that time, it would be used by one person. Later, this heaven form killer move was obtained by Southern Border's heaven inspecting 5 xiangs. They made a bet for 1,000 years, but it was obtained by Fang Yuan. Heaven form provided a lot of help to Fang Yuan, especially in the aspect of conquering the two heavens grotto heavens. It had displayed its might during the Fate War. Heaven form was like a one-legged white crane. Its feathers were white as snow, and its beak was red. When it was activated, it would spread its wings and flutter in the air. When not activated, it would close its eyes and rest on one leg, its neck would turn around, and its head would rest on its back. Heaven form had always been an immemorial white heaven. Fang Yuan could not bring it away. Its foundation was immemorial white heaven. Now that immemorial white heaven and immemorial black heaven had merged, heaven form's foundation was shaking. Fang Yuan had to lend a hand in time to help it stabilize its form. Otherwise, if it relied on itself, it would definitely disintegrate and be destroyed. Chapter 2254. Originally, I didn't want to go to the 4-drip, but when I woke up this morning, I realized that my throat was so swollen that I couldn't speak. It greatly affected my daily work and life. While I was on the 4-drip, I was thinking, should I not have written about Xiao Yan's character yesterday? I still have to go on the 4-drip tomorrow. I'll try my best to update tomorrow. Venomous Goo Master has no updates today. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2255. Heaven form, which was in the form of a white crane, wailed in front of Fang Yuan. It was in great pain. Its body was twisting and curling up at times. Fang Yuan's fingers bloomed like flowers as he activated a refinement path killer move. Wisps of fragrant green wind coiled around the white crane like chains, gently stabilizing its body. Heaven form's condition was deteriorating, but after Fang Yuan's method, it was greatly alleviated. But it was far from enough. The white crane was still wailing. Don't worry, I am here. I will protect you. Fang Yuan consoled. This move was an information path goo immortal killer move. It had refinement path effects. Because it was special, it was recorded by the land spirit of Langya. After Fang Yuan's modification, it abandoned its original name and changed it to Love Consolation. It looked like information path, but was actually refinement path. It returned to the origin, and its power increased greatly. This move could allow the goo immortal to have a mystical consolation effect on the incomplete immortal goo during the goo refinement process. For example, when facing failure, Fang Yuan would continue to urge, I know you can do it. Do your best. You can definitely do it. Believe in yourself. The incomplete immortal goo that was about to collapse would stop worsening under these words of encouragement. It would even recover and have a higher chance of success. There were several limitations to this move. First, the effect was continuous. Every sentence had a small effect. Only by accumulating the effects of continuous consolation would it have an obvious effect. Thus, during the goo refinement process, the goo would suddenly deteriorate, and this move could not be used in time, or after using this move, the accumulation of effects would not be able to keep up with the deterioration. It would not be able to save the goo refinement. Second, this move had a target, the incomplete immortal goo. That was to say, one had to refine the immortal goo to a certain extent before they could use this move. Without refining the incomplete immortal goo, they would not even think of using this move. Many goo recipes were completed in one go. They would not produce an incomplete immortal goo in the middle or late stages. Thus, this move could not be used. But Fang Yuan could use it now, because the situation was special. Heaven form was originally in perfect condition, but under the fusion of white heaven and black heaven, it started to break apart and get damaged. It was almost like an incomplete immortal goo. Of course, this was also because Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable. He had the attainment level and methods to refine rank 8 heaven form as a goo worm. It's okay. I'm here. Don't worry, Fang Yuan said gently. Tian Xiang's cries grew louder. Suddenly, the snow-white feathermen in the sky started to burn. At first, it was only the size of a spark, but it quickly expanded. In just a few breaths, it had grown to the size of an adult's palm. Fang Yuan immediately took action. He breathed in deeply and prepared a killer move. 2 lumps of qi came out of his nostrils, one white and one blue. The aura landed on the burning feather one after another, causing sparks to spread out. Then it condensed into a layer of frost, preventing the flames from regenerating. Thankfully, I used this refinement path killer move when refining goo earlier. I am quite familiar with it. Fang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal with it in time. The larger the flames, the higher the price Fang Yuan had to pay to deal with them. Once the flames spread to the entirety of heaven form, this killer move would be completely destroyed. At that point, even Fang Yuan would not be able to stop it. You will definitely be able to get through it. Master believes in you, Fang Yuan said gently. The white crane's wails became more intense. What's going on? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Soon, he found out the reason. A pitch-black poison was produced in the white crane's body. It quickly spread and corroded the surroundings, causing the killer move to face the danger of breaking apart. The white crane started to vomit intensely, spitting out pitch-black poison from its mouth. Fang Yuan called out. He knew that he could not use fire refinement now. Otherwise, he would ignite the fire from earlier. Thus, he pointed with his finger. In an instant, 100 green specks of light flew into the white crane's mouth like a group of fireflies. The specks of green light scattered into the poison, growing rapidly. Stalks of green grass grew from small sprouts in the blink of an eye, absorbing all of the poison in the white crane's body. Fang Yuan flicked his finger again. Golden light flowed into the white crane's body like water, turning the green grass into powder. Countless powder entered the white crane's body, healing its injuries. After the storm, there will definitely be a rainbow. Don't give up. Fang Yuan encouraged it again. But the white crane let out an ear-piercing shriek. Its body twitched like it was electrocuted. Next, its elegant body expanded rapidly like a balloon, becoming larger and larger. It was about to reach its limit and self-detonate. Fang Yuan quickly stretched out his hand, clenching his fist. A huge iron rod appeared in his palm. Just one refinement path killer move is not enough. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He quickly manipulated the goo worms in his immortal aperture, helping Fang Yuan prepare another killer move. In the next moment, sharp ice spikes appeared on the giant iron rod. Bam! Fang Yuan exerted strength in his arm, smashing the huge iron rod on the white crane's body. The white crane screamed in pain, looking at its master with an incredulous gaze. Fang Yuan, however, had a smile on his face. Believe in master, believe in yourself even more. Bam! Fang Yuan smashed down again. The white crane's inflated body shrunk. At the same time, the ice spikes pierced through the body. Strong air currents gushed out of the wounds. Bam! Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Good white crane, do your best. Bam! Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Little cute white crane, persevere. Perseverance is victory. Bam bam. Fang Yuan smiled benevolently. No matter what you are going through, don't give up easily. I am here. I will not let you break down. Looking at the iron rod smashing down again, the white crane's expression had already collapsed. Bam! With a loud sound. It seemed to have fainted from the impact. It was motionless. However, its body had already returned to its original size. It was no longer expanding, but it was covered in wounds and was barely breathing. It no longer had the power of a rank 8 killer move. Only then did Fang Yuan put away the big iron rod with the ice thorns. He nodded with satisfaction and muttered to himself, although this is the first time I've tried combining these two moves, it's not a big deal. But the refinement path Venerable's intuition was not wrong. The effect is as strong as I expected. This move isn't like Love's Consolation. It has a wide range of applications. I can practice it more in the future. The next time such a situation occurs, I'll use this move as well. As if it had heard Fang Yuan's words, the dead crane suddenly shuddered and closed its mouth. The fusion of white heaven and black heaven caused heaven form to fall into a dangerous situation. Fang Yuan had to guard it at all times and use refinement path killer moves to stabilize the situation. The current difficulty isn't high, but I can't say for sure in the future. Furthermore, guarding heaven form is like restricting my movements. Refining it will also cause my immortal essence to be expended. Fang Yuan's immortal essence accumulation was not high to begin with. This would only make his situation worse. But I can't give up on heaven form. Fang Yuan wanted to protect this killer move, because after using Cooking Luck Pot to inspect his luck, Fang Yuan analyzed that heaven path was a shortcut to his current predicament. Like now, he was guarding heaven form while refining other heaven path immortal goo in the sovereign immortal aperture. A new heaven path, immortal goo, was created. This heaven path, immortal goo, was like a crystal spider. It was transparent and flawless. The spider's 8 legs were long and slender. Its body was small and was supported by the 8 legs. Rank 8 heaven path, immortal goo, heavenly web. With this goo as the core, he could create the heaven path killer move, heavenly web. Back then in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth had used it many times. Its defensive effect was superb. It could match Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. After Fang Yuan killed Paradise Earth, he found that he only had 2 heaven path immortal goo in his immortal aperture. One was heavenly web goo, and one was heavenly birth goo. Heavenly birth goo was the core immortal goo that allowed Paradise Earth to revive and cultivate heaven path from earth path. There were many other immortal goo. For example, information path immortal goo outline goo. It could allow goo immortals to analyze the general structure of complicated information. Or rule path immortal goo normal goo. It could restore the target to their normal state. With these immortal goo, Paradise Earth could create all sorts of heaven path killer moves like heavenly web, heartless heaven and earth, heavenly summary and earthly norm, and so on. Heavenly web goo was already refined. Fang Yuan had to refine heavenly birth goo now. Heavenly birth goo was an immortal goo that could heal injuries. It could be used with Fang Yuan's refinement path. It had a miraculous effect on heaven form. Fang Yuan had heaven path accumulations to begin with rank 8 heavenly secret goo, heaven's envy goo, as well as the killer move Heaven Envy's Geniuses that Fang Yuan used in Crazed Demon Cave, as well as the killer move Heaven form that he was protecting now. Paradise Earth was a huge gift. After Fang Yuan consumed it, his Heaven Path foundation rose by several times. Especially in Paradise Earth's Heaven Path research results, there is a killer move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. It can use Heaven Path methods to conceal oneself. It is very useful to me. Fang Yuan's biggest goal was Obscured Heavenly Secret. Next was to refine Heavenly Birth Goo to stabilize Heaven form. Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could be modified. In theory, the more Heaven Path Immortal Goo used, the stronger the concealment effect. There were only two ways for Fang Yuan to resolve his low Immortal Essence storage. One was to manage his Immortal Aperture, but blindly speeding up the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was not a good idea. Fang Yuan could only publicize his plan of Great Love Goo refinement to gather resource points as efficiently as possible to manage his Immortal Aperture and raise his Immortal Aperture origin core to produce more Immortal Essence. The second way was to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a huge help to Fang Yuan. Without this goo, Fang Yuan's Immortal Essence would have dried up long ago in Crazed Demon Cave. It was truly an amazing effect. Anyone who used it would know it was indeed worthy of being Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital goo. Fang Yuan was a rank 9 Venerable now. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was not suitable anymore. Once he advanced it, rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would definitely allow Fang Yuan to break out of his current predicament. However, if he tried to advance it directly, the information would definitely be exposed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would definitely be keeping an eye on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. He was rank 9 now. Rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot could only barely help him. By then, if he refined rank 9 Immortal Goo, his luck would undergo an even greater change. Against Giant Sun Immortal, Cooking Luck Pot would not be able to block him. As a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not hide it from them. The moment I advance to rank 9 will be my weakest moment. The two Venerables will definitely join hands to attack me. Thus, Obscured Heavenly Secret is crucial. Cooking Luck Pot could not hide it from Giant Sun Immortal because of Luck Path, but Obscured Heavenly Secret was Heaven Path. It was like how Fang Yuan faced Pill Path and Painting Path. Against Heaven Path, Giant Sun Immortal, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would also be at a loss. But this plan has its own hidden dangers, because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had once fused with the Tao for over 3 million years. Celestial Court has abundant Heaven Path research results. How long can Obscured Heavenly Secret hide it from her? Chapter 2256. Although the pain in his throat had greatly improved, he could not muster up any strength. Rest and build up strength. Try to update as much as possible tomorrow. Venomous Goo Master has no updates today. Currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2257. Central Continent. 3 rank 6 Goo Immortals were fighting against an ancient cloud beast. Be careful. The ancient cloud beast suddenly changed. Its speed increased as it pounced at the woman among the 3 immortals. The female immortal was not flustered. Her white dress bloomed like a flower as she blocked the cloud beast's attack. But this ancient cloud beast also went all out. Even though it was blocked, it did not retreat like before. Its body turned illusory as it enveloped the female immortal. At first glance, it looked like the ancient cloud beast had swallowed the female immortal. Fairy Lianyun, Shi Zhengyi shouted. He was about to use his information path killer move in a hurry, but at this time, Yu Yizi called out to him. Wait. If you use this killer move, what if it pierces the cloud beast and injures Fairy Lianyun? Shi Zhengyi immediately stopped. He gritted his teeth. What do I do now? Yu Yizi, who had the appearance of a young girl, showed a solemn expression. In this situation, I can only try that move. What move? Shi Zhengyi felt something amiss. Don't tell me you are not familiar with it yet. Yu Yizi was already preparing his killer move. Sensing the killer move's aura, the cloud beast enveloped Zhao Lianyun as it charged over. Shi Zhengyi immediately used his ability to stall this ancient cloud beast as much as possible. Its mouth was wide open, its tongue was exposed. After activating his information path killer move, Shi Zhengyi continued to speak. The power of his words enveloped the ancient cloud beast, accumulating a formless force that stalled the ancient cloud beast. Shi Zhengyi held on for more than 10 breaths of time before he heard Yu Yizi's voice. He was overjoyed. He stopped his killer move and dodged to the side. Yu Yizi's palms were aimed at the ancient cloud beast as 2 pillars of light shot out from his palms. The light pillars were light blue. They shined on the ancient cloud beast's body and dissolved it. Zhao Lianyun, who was trapped inside the cloud beast, had been trying to break free. He exerted more strength and successfully broke free, regaining his freedom. Good, it is my turn. Shi Zhengyi saw that Zhao Lianyun had escaped and immediately cooperated with Yu Yizi, activating an offensive killer move. The 2 killer moves landed on the ancient cloud beast's body. Finally, with a loud sound, this ancient cloud beast exploded. The corpses of the ancient cloud beasts turned into lumps of clouds, and most of them were immortal materials. After collecting them, Zhao Lianyun and the other 2 rested on the spot. It's my fault. I was caught by the cloud beasts, causing the quality of the immortal materials to be low. Zhao Lianyun said apologetically. This loss is nothing. Furthermore, we only have rank 6 cultivation level. It is already amazing that we could win against an ancient cloud beast. It's not good to have too many extravagant demands. Yu Yizi consoled. Shi Zhengyi said casually, ever since the battle at the Reverse Flow River, we rarely get together. I didn't expect that when the black and white heavens merged, the beasts from the black and white heavens would often escape to the Zhongzhou state to cause trouble. That's why we met again. There's no need to fuss over these trifles. The friendship between the 3 immortals was forged during the battle at the Reverse Flow River. Although Fang Yuan was the biggest winner in the battle at the Reverse Flow River, he was not the only one. But the 3 of them had excellent performances in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, with Wei Lingyang risking his life to escort them, as well as Central Continent's reinforcements. They managed to escape with their lives. The 3 immortals returned to their sex and were heavily nurtured. Zhao Lianyun smiled, following Shi Zhengyi's words. Since you don't care about these trifles, please accept this gift. Saying so, she handed an information path, immortal material, to Shi Zhengyi. Shi Zhengyi was surprised. Ah, this is a nonsense petal flower. This is the immortal material I need to refine, immortal goo. He did not stand on ceremony. He took this rank 6 immortal material and inspected it carefully. Zhao Lianyun looked at Yu Yizi, smiling as she handed him a refinement path goo, immortal true inheritance. I did not fail you. Yu Yizi was very happy. The refinement path inheritance I cultivate is called the 8 refinement gates. To think that the rumors were true, a certain generation's Fairy of Spirit Affinity House actually created the 9th gate on the foundation of this inheritance. Oh my, Fairy Lianyun, how can I thank you? Zhao Lianyun shook her head repeatedly and said with a smile, this is something that I can do. It's also your good luck. I happen to be the current generation's Fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Otherwise, I would not have the authority to deal with such a true inheritance. As for thanking me, I need it, Zhao Lianyun said casually in a joking tone. In the future, When you become rank 7 or 8 Gu immortals, just take care of me a little. Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi's mood dimmed. They knew about Zhao Lianyun's situation. Zhao Lianyun had thieving heaven demon venerables rank 9 killer move divine concealment. He could not undergo tribulation. Thus his cultivation level could not rise. In contrast, Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi's cultivation level had improved a lot compared to the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Shi Zhengyi gritted his teeth. To speak the truth, I have been asking about the breakthrough method. When Gu immortals undergo tribulation, they are restricted by the heavenly Tao. Providence controls the calamities and tribulations. Fairy, the reason why you cannot undergo tribulation is because of divine concealment. You cannot be investigated by Providence. The solution is actually very simple. You just need to unravel divine concealment. Divine concealment is a rank 9 killer move. It is very difficult to unravel this killer move. But since there are 3 venerables in this world, it is not impossible to break a rank 9 killer move. But if we simply unravel it, it would be a waste of a treasure. I think if we can seek Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, she is a wisdom path venerable. She will definitely be able to find a solution. Zhao Lianyun smiled bitterly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is a high and mighty existence. How can I get close to her at my level? Fairy, don't look down on yourself. Just with the rank 9 love Gu that you control, you will not be neglected. Yu Yizi consoled. But to seek Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, according to the rules of our 10 great ancient sects and celestial court, you will need a huge amount of sect contribution points. But now, Fairy Lianyun, you've used your contribution points to exchange for this true inheritance for me. So please take all the cloud beast immortal materials I have here, Fairy Lianyun. Shi Zhengyi laughed heartily. Then take mine as well. It is a small token of my appreciation. Zhao Lianyun immediately shook her head. I appreciate your kindness. Even though the immortal materials of these cloud beast corpses will give me a huge amount of contribution points, it is more than what I use to exchange for the true inheritance. But I am still far from asking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for help. In that case, why don't I fully support you and help you advance? When you become rank 7 or 8, you can return and help me. Wouldn't that be more efficient? Zhao Lianyun's words made sense. Under her persuasion, Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi kept the cloud beast corpses. Even so, Fairy Lianyun, please accept these immortal Yuan stones. That's right. In the following battles, the immortal essence expenditure will be huge. If we use immortal Yuan stones to replenish them at the crucial moment, we can deal with dangerous situations. Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi spoke again. This time, Zhao Lianyun did not reject them. She accepted the 2 batches of immortal Yuan stones. I do not have many immortal Yuan stones with me. Speaking of which, the sect rarely distributes immortal Yuan stones anymore. Do you know why? Zhao Lianyun asked. Yu Yizi and Shi Zhengyi shook their heads. Their situation was the same. Shi Zhengyi was an information path cultivator after all. He revealed a secret. Our 10 great ancient sects are all subordinate sects of the Celestial Court. All of our immortal Yuan stones are distributed by the Celestial Court. It seems that after the Fate War, the Celestial Court has gradually reduced the distribution of immortal Yuan stones. Right now, this distribution of immortal Yuan stones has already stopped. The 10 great ancient sects definitely have their own immortal Yuan stones, but in order to plan for the future, they have gradually stopped distributing them. Yu Yizi also said, recently, I have been transacting refinement path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. I have also noticed this. The transactions in jewel yellow skies are even more intense, but there are more exchanges of materials. Immortal Yuan stones are becoming rarer. Does the Celestial Court want to use immortal yuan stones to influence the 5 regions' Gu immortal world? Zhao Linyun's eyes shined with bright light. All along, the immortal yuan stones in the 5 regions and 2 heavens' Gu immortal world had all come from the Celestial Court. If the Celestial Court controlled the source, the range of influence would be huge. Among them, the ones who would be the most heavily affected were the rank 6 Gu immortals who had the most numbers in the Gu immortal world. As their cultivation level rose, the influence of rank 7 and rank 8 Gu immortals would gradually decrease. This was very inconvenient for Zhao Linyun. There were 2 main reasons. Firstly, the transactions in jewel yellow skies were very inconvenient. Secondly, if Zhao Linyun's immortal essence reserves were low, she would not have immortal yuan stones to expend. She would not be able to replenish her immortal essence quickly. Is the Celestial Court trying to use this to slow down and suppress the transactions of the 5 regions' Gu immortals, as well as to prevent the frequent fights between the Gu immortals at the bottom level? Zhao Linyun inwardly pondered. The phenomenon of immortal yuan stones decreasing in quantity was discovered by more and more Gu immortals. Because the source was in the hands of the Celestial Court, other forces could not do anything about it. Immortal yuan stones were usually used as currency to assist Gu immortals in transactions, but during times of war, they were an important strategic resource. Gu immortals could use immortal yuan stones to replenish their immortal essence rapidly. Thus, after noticing this phenomenon, the 5 regions' forces started to purchase immortal yuan stones and increase their reserves. This caused the already limited supply of immortal yuan stones to decrease even more rapidly. Fang Yuan had also noticed this phenomenon long ago. Is the Celestial Court trying to weaken the battle potential of other forces while increasing the value of their own immortal yuan stones? He had always been interested in the secret of the Celestial Court's possession of immortal yuan stones. Unfortunately, be it Shadow Sect's true inheritances or Paradise Earth's true inheritances, he did not obtain any clues. Even during the Fate War, when Fang Yuan attacked the Celestial Court and destroyed the immortal graveyard, he did not discover the secret of immortal yuan stones. The Celestial Court restricted the circulation of immortal yuan stones. It was indeed a headache for countless forces and Gu immortals, but to Fang Yuan, it was a small problem. 1 immortal yuan stone was equivalent to 1 green grape immortal essence bead. Fang Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence bead was equivalent to 1,000,000 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan had been in the immemorial 2 heavens for several days, maintaining heaven form killer move for the past few days. Let's begin. He let out a breath of air as he prepared an immortal killer move. Heaven path killer move. Obscured heavenly secret. P.S. Corrected all the typos and bugs in chapters 247 to 261. The bugs related to heavenly secret Gu would be explained in the following chapters. Normally speaking, they would be fixed first, followed by Qijian Zap. Other channels might not be able to change it. Pirated versions could not be fixed. Other than that, I recommend the book Ancestor of Body Cultivation. Cultivation is hard. The path is hard. The path of body cultivation is long. This is a story about body cultivation from nothing to something. It is a book written by a Silver Alliance master. He is one of us. If anyone is interested, go and support him.